However, debate goes on about, how to control the use of screens certain young people, probably among old people. It's very similar to what happened with sugar, tobacco at one point in time. Nation had to be um, sugar is it's nice, it's good cake. At the same time, it has its own effects. Therefore, the usage be controlled. Similarly, non-critical reading, deep thinking for a society may have implications later on. We are not able to imagine today that citizens will being the, and therefore impact democracy very profound. This brings me to an example that is my example in Switzerland. Switzerland is one of the oldest and one of the successful democracies in the world. Anything that is a debatable matter is to a referendum. Have a vote, anything which contests different factions in the society. It's like be the leash of a dog in a park when you walk a dog is put to vote. To like have the population of Sweden as 8 million, or should we allow around 8 million with population put to vote? You should every be armed and participate uh, in army training is vote. So it's one of those countries where everything is put to referendum. It has had referendums. Should citizen tax citizen support public? Had a referendum twice that should be paying attention to support public. Overwhelmingly, the citizens have support, pay tax, support public. What they have realized is that media is not just business. It's not just about books. It's like an institution created which is too dissimilar from universities, which is not too dissimilar from courts, which is not too dissimilar from hospitals. Uh, Public is like institution. It's a public good. Therefore, citizens have voted that we have to pay a tax, support what we believe is a public good because we want to be informed citizens. Uh, I think this is important that should read that the most oriented policies in the world recognize some institutions create beyond just quarterly profits, and news is one of them. Brings me to the wanted to discuss today, the artificial intelligence and information that we expect with artificial intelligence coming to our lives. Artificial intelligence can summarize, it generate lines, it can translate from one language to different languages, it can use earnings, it can produce reports. What it cannot replace is event. It cannot replace is ability. It cannot replace is curiosity. More importantly, what it can do, trust. Trust is built one day at a time, and it trust with one less moment. Therefore, journalism is going to be even more important in the times of artificial intelligence. When it tries the internet with static content day after day, the need for audience to chase authentic content is only going very optimistic. I create a need for authentic content quality even more. Where does that leave all of you? Future belongs to those journalists who can machines or will not be able to do, which is to ask uncomfortable questions, which is to investigate, which is to verify, which is to explain completely. It's going to be important to trust rather than just click. Ultimately, journalism is content business, it's credibility business. Let me leave you with one final thought. Every generation thinks that through time of change might thoughts, generation thought. I'm sure this younger generation is also that they are living through a time of change. Perhaps they are right. What I, however, want to suggest is that technology is going to change every few years. Platforms are going to change few years, but the mission of journalism is to remain unchanged for centuries to come. It has been same past several centuries and it will remain same for coming centuries, which is the pursuit of truth, which is power accountable, which is to form to strengthen democracy. The model is change, technology will be changing, these values are not going to change. Journalism is going to be of truth, form citizens, hold power accountable, and ask difficult questions. The era new, my word, the need for courageous, independent, and trustworthy journalism has never been better than what it is now. That is why I'm optimistic. The future of journalism will not be written by algorithm. It's going to be written by journalists of character. Many of them sitting in this. Therefore, congratulate 40 under that in come going to be building what will be the foundations of new India with the system that you are practice. Thank you very much and all the very best.
Please request Josna on the stage help us present appreciate please. Thank you. Thank you, sir. With that, it is now time to move ahead with the session. Report India changing world, the of position changing is being reported and also now what should Indian journalism prioritize as the global around the country evolves, as spoke of in the last that you should be quite not very comfortable. That's the thing that not be able to as compared to then the next how can report India confidence while critical while independent while remaining in the facts. To this perspective, join me in welcoming to the stage of Savant, managing editor of India Television, with senior editor also at BW as well. Please.
This is so open up this session for me also. Be interesting to questions. You know, we have seen while India has been rated by the world. I mean, have always emphasized it. They say that put it in the right. India has dramatic players. So Gaurav, tell me, have journalism based Indian eyes talk about?
Thank you very much for having me on this platform. If you permit, अकबर इलाही की एक हैं जो भारत बहुत मेरे सटीक बैठे हैं। हम भी भरते हैं जाते हैं हम आह भी भरते तो हो जाते हैं हम कत्ल भी करते हैं तो चर्चा नहीं होता। Take in text, for example, Article 17, Jamir, Parliament, the temple of a deity, the Parliament did represent, decide to with Article 3, look at how the West react, and look at how us that reaction. Look at this right now, Pakistan, in Pakistan, right, Jammu and Kashmir, there is murder in Pakistan, Jammu and Kashmir. Look at the same Western media. Look at the same newspapers, and I don't want to name them, but when you read headlines, they treat Pakistan with kidnappings, a state of radical terror. See, Pakistan, but it is Pakistan does not them terror. India's rights threatens them. And you've had US, say so. As many were, rose, not let India is the same way. Words to that effect. State, that's also of the media. There are multiple instances where you look at happening in POJ now, you look at what happened in our the entire Kazaz. In UK, I think 20 were massacred today. The number gone to 91. The first, if you look at the number of people who were and abducted, killed, the very silent. I a very recent one report. But what about the rest? But look at whatever happens with that's point two. And conversationally, what India, the West look at the section and country look at it. We will have to despite not wanting this.
So, who is shaping this narrative to you? I mean, where is this coming from, really?
Permit. There is one cartoon which, this will give an idea about what the world looks at us when we do a mangan as a name. I want you to look at this. This is the person India. So when you a mangan in space, what will show? It will show a farmer with a cow to enter and eat space. This is and as Mars. Is that what will we let decide the narrative? Really? This is what is we look at India. Is India? Any of you, 40 under 40, will we lecture us? There may have been where there's not enough and you wanted to come in from the even Indian editors. I think when we were independent in 1997, the Indian younger of, take for example, Muhammad Usman, he was 37, made a brigade. 37, he commanded front. Indians amongst us to the occasion, deliver. We need best pontificating. And to do that, their definition of democracy. Why should we accept that? Get we them example. And we'll have a conversation with them. We them variety of democracies, they to show India as what did they call us? An elected autocracy or words respect. We an elected them all of us. 140 Indians. I mean, right now, recently we've seen Gen Z has movement on them. A movement to resign. This is the first happened in a farm law. They had to be, people were on the streets, these protests. So will West pontificate? They do. Of course, they don't want to India rise. They want to follow norms. I think so. I think is following norms.
You saw the recent Gen Z and how the media covered. What really the most particular that really rattled you out?
I was actually proud of the youngsters were on the streets. I was very with the way this was heard by media here. Across, some have tried. Salvatore's actually taken criticism of VDM in a very big exposed with an Australian academic. Um, uh, he, there are some who are asking, mainstream but fringe, is this in Arab Spring more? Really? Clearly not. Really. I was in Egypt when in Cairo, Tahrir Square thing happened. I met Ghanem, then with Google and spoke to them. I was on when happened in Sri Lanka and people on the were against the system. In India, they were yelling for a cause, achieved that, and they went. They were a minister to resign. What want reforms in that examination system? That reforms in the system through what law in India did, not some trade that is India's moment. What is happening in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. Here, lawmakers in part decide on the what the people want through their vote. We are a powerful democracy. The world may want to appreciate it. They may tarnish democracy and elected democracy. I don't care an elected democracy. We are a very powerful democracy, including a powerful media. Some who may say an attribute, I use the term that some of these use for me. I don't at all. We have very strong media. We have a very vibrant media. You have what? If I'm wrong, 148 no 1,50,000 newspaper periodicals in the country. When you have India, which is 50,000 periodicals, papers, I think 900 channels, out of which plus are channels, news channels, plus digital media read some 450 million people. I think this control, contain, really it shows their IQ if they think media in India controlled.
You mean that a problem Indian Jews telling this? Why is our narrative get lost in this voice? We such a thriving India. You pointed numbers also, but why sometimes we are losing the battle of narratives?
This is like first trench war, literally trench warfare. You have to be trenches, you have to say it again and again and stay there, keep saying. Ultimately, because you're right, will accept a saying because the saying is the truth. Something goes away. There are systems of self in a country. Something, including India, systems of self. It's that anybody can do anything wrong and get away with it. You know that, and there is social media that's keeping an eye on you. Other platforms are keeping an eye on you. Anything that you is incorrect, instantly point, and you can survive in the if you are not if you're with the truth, you will not survive in the industry. It is something that one respects. It is something that one values. You want, you say it. For example, the media in the Ukraine, what doing? 2020 got to Ukraine in February to the war had started. The propaganda was on the back. You going to attack Ukraine, Russia is going to attack Ukraine is on the side. Narrative that they tried to build. 2020 now 26 August, practically more than years, Ukraine the war, despite all the weapons that to them, despite everything, they've lost 30% of their territory, they've lost a lot of their people, number of their people displaced, and the narrative has losing. Ukraine had very swift attacks and Ukraine mounted massive Russia. Western propaganda is nowhere around. Actually, we were on ground reporting from Russia. That propaganda and completely that Western propaganda, which was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, those weapons of destruction in Iraq, and I was reporting from on ground in Iraq in 2003. Saddam's regime weapons of destruction. Media pontificates what that same of WMD, whatever those W, or right, is Iran that I think mounting this attack on Iran and Iran's foot. Is Iran back foot? Is America on foot right now? In saying that.
I think in the way Western look is going to change. I think there are signs of it. It's bias that is trends that are going to accept it. Yes.
We don't have to accept it. We have to counter their narrative, like they apologize. Each time better, they will have to pick up. The way countries do it, their propaganda continue, and like Kabir keep it close to you, help you improve. Whoever, if that critic has an agenda, if there are agendas, get exposed. For example, Citizen Amendment Act. Many of us here covered anti-A right in our country. What was the narrative that during A? Indian Muslims will be citizen. All Green Bagh Dada came out on this. Hamari ship chali jaye. Hamari right chali jaye. What any with that? What was all about? Minority India's neighborhood. Hindus, Buddhists, Sikhs, Jains, and being harassed in neighborhood and countries, they will be given citizenship in India on with Indian Muslims. लेकिन वो पूरा एजेंडा फैलाया. Some in our and some overseas. They illiterate knew the truth. It was all open. They pimp agenda. They were pimp agenda. The country. It's led to in our country. But would they do? By the way, America had similar system, the CA, exactly the same. Remember that they brought in correctly of 90 Jews, Baha'is, Christians from Iran and Soviet Union, they would refugees. So it's not as they haven't had symptom. I think Hector came in 2004. So had those systems, those countries, they do it, but India does it for people of the neighborhood, which led to situation. So I really believe that there is an ecosystem that will narrative, that spread an agenda. There was a time that minorities attack in India. Wo cricket ball, when there was a covered that kids were playing, kisi ka toot gaya tha. They said church attack. That was that ultimate was the truth ultimately came up. But the narrative that was also very. I personally believe that ultimate truth will come out, and when truth comes out, it has to be actually mentioned again and again. That this is, for example, stone pelters. Stone pelters security force. Always in jail, for example, these pellet women covering around entire narrative of it by a section of foreign media. Why you is that the non-lethal prevention mechanism that was after 2000. There is something there. It has to be within his system. However, you want to use real weapons, use these, you want to use other control measures, whatever happens, look at the way it's happened in a blind way, but fair expose.
So it's almost time, but I want to take questions. Okay, my colleague, yes, please. And this one, you louder now.
जी, अभी आपने कहा वेस्टर्न मीडिया, तो वो अपनी इसके हित एजेंडा चलाता है कि सदन को कहा दिया कुछ नहीं, वो में आता है. आपने कहा बाग में इस आपसे ये पूछना कि वेस्टर्न हमेशा से हम हैं कि हमारे एजेंडा चलाता है और हिसाब से ही होता है. इसको हम काउंट करेंगे, हमारा भी बहुत बड़ा है, हमारे पास बहुत रिच ऑडियंस, तो ऑडियंस
वहां पर आए, अगर इन्वर्ट हम अपना लगातार आपको को दिखाने डू वेल, वो करके दिखाएं। जब हमारे बढ़ेंगे कंट्री, जब हमारे बढ़ेंगे वो हमारे अचीव करेंगे, न दिखाएंगे। इस जब हमारा जाता है, चाहे रो दिखाएं, दिखाते और जो करेंगे, मतलब हमारे पास चीजें हैं अभी अचीवमेंट्स करने के लिए, हम और वो शक्ति की बहुत जरूरी। एक हमारी शक्ति, सामर्थ्य, आप शक्ति और सामर्थ्य बढ़ेगी, झक मार, एवरीवन वर्शिप्स सन, रिमेंबर यूजिंग सन, यू विल।
Okay, question. So we have young winners. What would you tell them about India? How to do it?
With their heart and soul. I mean, I'm voting for the past 3 years, and I enjoyed every day of my work going on ground and reporting wherever I've reported from, whether it's Jammu and Kashmir, whether it's the Northeast, whether it's any other part of the country, or reporting from across the globe. और अब ना प्लेटफॉर्म्स इतने ज्यादा है। पहले तो था शुरू एक्सप्रेस तो आप अखबार में चाहते थे, आप उससे लिखना चाहते थे, लिटरल पादक आपको a book 400. Now there's the Instagram, there's Twitter, the newspaper, digital, television, there is English, there is Hindi, there is regional, there are so many things now. आपका post है, vlog के blog, there is so much to do. एक 24 के लिए पूरे नहीं पढ़ते, literally 24 पूरे नहीं पढ़ते, आप इतने and you don't counter it. मतलब जो मैं डंकी में से मानना है, आपको किसी को काम करना है, अपना दुनिया के सामने है और दुनिया आप सत्य को माने। रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर में हम लोगों की ज्यादा दिखते थे, हम लोग ऑन रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे थे और वहां किसी कमांड से का प्रोपेगेंडा पेडल कर रहे थे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर रिपोर्ट्स वो मान गलती और सभी से इसमें डाउट, लेकिन हम गलतियों को सुधार बहुत जल्दी।
Gaurav, thanks for this passionate response to these questions and valid. So, I think आने वाले में I think this media we have social buzz and so we hope things can change. See how which.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very confident things will always be tomorrow better than today. मेरा मानना है. Thank you much for having me on this. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Rohit. Request you to. Also do. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rohil. Good conversation question that Rohit asked. The about Gen Z recent. Next topic, this is sent the digital age. How media is protest coverage. Of course, it's gone busy now. And protest, unfold on the streets. The lives amplify, challenge, interpret every real time who has a phone and interaction available on social media platform. Social media to greater visibility. Sent, is it wrong about that? And please join me coming to the stage. Ms. Padmaraj, the managing editor, the TV along once again. Please.
So, okay, thanks. I think we kept this topic looking at what recently, and while curating that, we should have a discussion on how digital is impacting rooms and the touch that comes with it, and seen how social media has changed the way protests are organized, and how they are covered by mainstream media. So tell me, how much impact has social media kind of had on the way protests are being covered right now by mainstream? Just
look at that we around us. One thing that stood out is this whole claim has gained over the last month that mainstream is dead. Nobody cares about mainstream media. That social media drive every conversation, every discussion that we have. If you remember, Rohil, all of us been doing 20 years. About 10, 15, this is what was newspapers, magazines. That now television is newspapers are going out, magazines read. The fact that I've worked in for 20 years now, I started print, and even now I make it a to read at least newspapers every morning. I read a couple of magazines every weekend. Because that nature of one who wants truly in, and we are in this now. When we have a repeating claim who gets calls, who gets an harsh truth, who gets answers, the limited pie viewership of associated there, people are fighting for that pie. They will to credit you at one level, recognize you, try to make it seem that it's relevant. But the fact of the matter is, anyone who really needs to know what is the core of an issue will turn multiple sources. When it comes to social media driving any, I've been student politics. We all had some sense of organization. We had our student board and our hostel bulletin board. In our college, we had an area where we used to gather in order to organize. Now that has online. It's as that. Now you have spaces, chat rooms, which, Facebook, Instagram, do exactly the thing that our boards used to do earlier. So things have, that doesn't mean one becomes redundant or the other is not, or the only conversation is happening is concentrated in one place. I think one is working together. There are multiple forms and all of them are equally engaged. Anything that is happening, whether it be a press, whether it be politics, whether it be action, anything else. But yes, if someone says that this is discredited, I think it's very important for people who are working in mainstream media, one, to ensure that their ability remains intact, that always on one issue only, with factual. Be ready and capable of defending the thing that you're saying. Stick to this whole obsession with narrative. Our job is not to weave any narrative or create a narrative. Our job is to give the facts, give them the give them answers. At a time, social media has the drawback, attention. There's only so much I can take away from one word that comes on Instagram. Do I know the next of what happened? 3 second is viral. Do you know what happened before after that 3 seconds? So we are to tell you once he has swiped, tell you what happened beyond swipe, what happened beyond 3 second reel that on Instagram. And that's why I think that everything coexists, everything remains as relevant even today.
So do you think social media has made tests more visible, more confusing?
Maybe chaotic. Isn't that the nature of democracy? I think we always had a bit of chaos. I remember the last protest that we covered was the Nirbhaya test. It was chaotic. That was the anti-black money movement of Ramdev. Was the agitation. There was plenty of chaos at that time. Lathi happened then. I see young people now on social media say, unbelievable crack happening, which has never seen in the history of democracy. Go back into my friend 10 years ago, I Lathi charge. I was standing at Gate, and as we were going live, police watered our equipment. They could very well see that wasn't an accident. A cannon came right us for cannon me and water cannon because they wanted to shut down the stream, the live broadcast of what was India Gate. It was the day, if you remember, when protesters were march right Rashtrapati. So that happened, and it's been a decade since then. Public memory, as we have a generation, perhaps hypers at when that protest happened. That we are there, we have seen, and you context when someone thinks that this is real and it has never been in India, you get find them that yes, it happened, which is not that right or that was this is right. Any democratic crack equally be rated, should be protested, equally be rated, but the context acts of whoever has half information.
So how newsroom verify protest before broadcasting? What are those rigorous things that you look at or you really out?
Rohit, this become very tricky, I admit, because what happens is everyone has a phone in hand. You don't know even have a phone in hand. Consuming. This works at multiple levels. One, if you rate yourself. Give you a hypothetical example. Let me give you an example. Lathi charge happened. All right. I am standing on the protester. Now, what do I? I only see Lathi charge, but I am unable to see what is happening on the other side. So, did I see that somebody has been pelted stones half an hour before? 10 people have been injured on the side, and things get very I do not that context because I'm not I have math or I have any intent. Genuine who has concern there in good. I'm just holding here, I'm minding my business, I'm standing peacefully. Fact is, there were people who did not know. Me, they seem like people. Now, and look, at the end of the day, some even say, Are Delhi police ka propaganda. Should we believe the Delhi police? Give me a reason to not believe it. Ultimately, something on record, you have to prove. So if they are that got over 1,000 people criminal record who had existing record mingling in that, I was in good faith, but there were people who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Even the organizers admitted it, right? Organizers admitted that yes, there were cases, art stone pelting that, which they were responsible for. The case said it record. On the second, if Jawan was in inner circle place, he said there are some goons here, we associate with them. They're accepting those anti-social elements. Poor child who's standing there, he or she doesn't that these elements are there. That cover in hindsight. He or she lathi charge, takes a video. Anger is now shit on social media. How do I verify she was at the time? What was the text of what was saying? That's a first account. Second, might get account of someone being forwarded. Now, where the clip originates? The intent of who shot that? What is happening in the background? And all of this have to do in time. So, we have self, all right. The one who is only news or information happening. There are multiple checks and balances that have over time. Nobody's remember 2611. Hadn't seen something 2611. Nobody had. Nobody knew how to do it. Those had come to our step to do in such a situation. So checks and balances evolved. Now we do a broadcast or whenever there is a situation. Similarly, such also have evolved. Double verification. Check sources. It is coming. More dangerous AI. You don't know whether it is real or artificially generated. So that happens, but could loopholes even now? 100 yes. An evolving strategy. There are bad actors, bad figures who are involved. So you constantly have to navigate that and ensure getting people as relevant, as and as credible information as possible in real time.
A journalist, another task is to really consider the difference between a public movement and a publicly organized in you're reporting something. How do you really kind of toe that line? I have that on the right side of what's happening instead of caught up in pain that may be politically one. Really, it has to face a situation.
I don't think job to be on the right or the wrong side. Our job to report facts to the best of our knowledge and report them as accurately as possible. I've always said this. People say, oh, X person's agenda being peddled or why is narrative being. You read what you see, you read what you think right, correct, verifiable, it's factual. Align with somebody else's way of thinking or what somebody is to craft as. Are you doing it because it is that person's or that party's narrative? When you questioned about to say this, you should be able to your ground, defend it on the facts, purely on the basis of what you've seen, you can verify. And that is in an honest way. I think you have to worry about being on the side of the narrative, the right side of public mood. Public moods. Also, we generalize public. The public is not a monolith. The youth is not a monolith. Z is a monolith. There are many Gen Zs. If we are talking about people in the bracket of 16 to 25, there is 16 to 25, which is their program, very, very opinionated. There is also 16 to 25 who is attending functions, may not, and which is not one way or the other. More power to who are vocal on social media. It's not. We need to pay attention to just those speaking up. But there are many others. No, a large people homes we are told चुपचाप काम करो, tuition जाओ, करो exam, which is not the ideal way. If you choose that, power to you. If you choose to be at Jantar Mantar, more power to you as well. Don't make the people at Jantar Mantar Instagram the only maybe others, and maybe we are not able to hear them. Social media is so very different and going to start seeing one kind of content that will push towards. Now it is right. Depending on algorithms, you're really shown people with two different kinds of protests. Some people only see stone pelting happening. People were only seeing lathi charge. Fact is, both them coexisted. So everyone is reacting, and a lot of people also, a lot of people keep about what they are saying. Let me give you an example. So when I had right now for the elections, I met a lot of people. So who did speak up at in, for example, 5 years ago, weren't taught until they were absolutely sure that they are not going to be judged. Right? Now they're also scared of media shaming. You see, like you see, on the right public mood, it has to be seen on the side of public. If contrary opinion, I'll just keep quiet. Because what happens if I dare say anything which is contrary to the public mood, I'm shamed. It'll be, ये देखो पंकल आ गया, अरे बूढ़े को चुप करा, ये बुढ़ा हो गया है. Nobody wants to be so lynched. You just keep. Doesn't mean you have an opinion. Mean you don't have a voice. Reserve opinion itself. It truly matters. Which is to think of one option as voice would be a mistake. Many voices exist.
Couple of questions and done with this. As a television journalist, sometimes people that he has reduplicated to just foreign debates. With that, can some around?
Actually, there are many different points also that we have on television. There are the debates, but also lot of information that is given, like when you contextualize information, when you're getting, your ground report, for example. You're talking about so let me give an example of what happened in 2019, and which is what vision people believe, even though some social media when during elections, what do you usually hear in the interior, including the newspaper, magazines? It will be view of India as seen from India International Center. It will be about Bihar should be according to me as I sit right at IIC. But that's not India thinks at all. In 2019, Uttar Pradesh, in the elections, and if you remember, at that time, SP and we were fighting the election together. And this is so distinct because this was the when there was in Kannauj, and Dimple Yadav touched Mayavat's feet. It was a gesture. It was as these two giants together, and now rapprochement between the two. One senior journalist told me, 8 vote bank, inka vote bank, 18%. Now they're going to be in Uttar Pradesh coalition to win. Day when that happened, and I had Lucknow and I had Azamgarh. Akhilesh Yadav was contesting. So when I went to this place, which was really Yadav's, they said, "अरे देखिए जी का भी वोट आएगा और या जीत जाएंगे, यूपी में सारी सीटें निकाल लेंगे and the other, कोई 18% vote है whatever." There was a Vaki Mandir where large number of Dalit population who were for a satsang. So I started speaking to them, and so I said, "Who are you going to vote?" So they said, "We'll vote BJP." I said, "Why?" but your Bhenji to is with the SP, you should vote for SP. हाँ तो अखिलेश भैया लड़ रहे हैं. So that man said कि मंदिर ठीक है, तो नेता मिल जाएगा, वो मानेंगे जब सरकार हम देगा, हम पिटेंगे ना, तो उसको दे दो, कम से कम मुझे है अनाज जो मुझे पानी. The point I'm trying to make is, you go on ground, you have a very idea of India really is. Part of India is also the media and seeing exactly how much you know about them. They are not know what they are. They don't want you at them. Any agenda you do is for an debate. आप ये 10-15% वो आप देखेगा और मुझे पता है, मुझे आप मुझे कि फॉर मुझे पता क्या करना है. So it's a law on and it's very when it comes to.
Finally, recently, the tests also posed lack of safety as far as are concerned, with some journalists and all. How can we make covering protest more kind of safer, this according?
Entirely up. Look, I think the evolving. This is time we are lot being thrown people. I don't mean disrespectful to anyone in there. There are a lot of are fed to you. Would really, and again, this is vocal section of youth, vocal section of people who are protesting. They think, oh, this is against us, person is against, person is for, and happening because there is a tug of for relevance. Mentioned right at the beginning is happening. You disagree, and I think Indians are a decent lot. You respect men, you respect the elderly, and a large number of people would not misbehave with journalists. So I would like to believe for anti-social who for best known to want to create trouble in protest. And as far as everything is concerned, अरे इस media थे, पिटना ही. I really think that who are trying to this kind of, are doing a great disservice, not to the field belong to themselves, because I mean, the fire reach your house as well. So the day you start ending violence, you may have disagree with you. I will never advocate anyone even abusive, being physical. The day you start encouraging a mob, the mob does not see reason, and the mob comes for everyone. Someone who tries to incite a mob, they don't the great service to yourself. That's all. And hopefully, I don't any writing person, include who are there at the past, been very happy journalists be embarrassed that. And you'll do better.
I think much mellow mainstream at the moment. Everybody kind of against, not ignore it at some time. So let's see which way it goes. But thanks for us on
Thank
this
you.
conversation. Pleasure talking to you.
Likewise. Thank you.
Rohit. Thank Next, it's a discussion. Just waiting for a head team. अभी कौन join है? while they get ready for next. While they get the stage for the next or the first panel for today, I want to take this opportunity to thank our partner, which is the group. Whether it's any brand that we know of, it's Catch, Passport, Rajnigandha, Silver, or Sheer, the group's footprints across the hospital fresheners has remained committed to joy, their life with their experiences as well. So we just want to acknowledge their presence. उसी के बारे में पहले की in all the three we've had, we've sort of these tests are happening the way it was, etc. No right or wrong voicing opinions on that. Panel, this is on mainstream media lost Gen Z. Can it open them back? Gen Z's it's very, very different. There is stories through social feed, stories, creators, and even stations within the community. Comfortable or not? Question that we answered on this panel, but has mainstream media an entire generation of consumers? Discuss that, and please welcome the first Sehgal, Studio Director, Musex, joining Priya Sankeet, founding director, Check Media. Also is Mr. Shashank, editor. We say India Language at Collect Newsroom, and also is the deputy editor in Times, and this will be chaired by once again, wow, Rohel Amin, the senior editor at media and this world. As the audience, the camera especially, अगर आपकी कोई बातें पे कर ले तो it'll be better. Thank you.
There's a board of here again, and this is the last the thing. So again, I thought of this talk in the context of what happened recently, and when we Gen Z lost Gen Z, they still watch, but platforms are different. I think they Instagram, they go maybe Twitter, YouTube, they consume. What about in media? Do they watch? Can come back if they're watching? Yeah, to you, first question. Television has lost, mainstream television has lost Z of its format, of its content.
Thank you. I'm going to say that mainstream media Gen Z for multiple of reasons. Yes, the attention span is, but I think is really the content and the tone of mainstream media. No apology, although I am part of mainstream media, but some of us tried to keep the conversation going. You have others other than what you and you unfortunately take the government in most of the mainstream media channels. And I'd like to say, it's very easy to pass the buck to the government and say diktat aaya tha. ऐसा नहीं है. There are enough people within the mainstream media who are holding their own and no diktat has come. It is those people I'm upset about who are going out of the way, not just say, not to report negative news, but spread negative news, to be more negative. I mean, why do you have to say when there is a COVID crisis happening that you're calling a certain Muslim community super spreaders? You're going out of your way to say that. Nobody in the BJP said it. You were the first to say it. So those are the people that I have a problem with, Rohel, really, I know, in terms of mainstream media. We all know who we are talking about. Those anchors are giving us all a bad name. Look, there is the way the model is of the media. We depend a lot on government ads. Whether it was the Congress or the BJP, there is a lot of government pressure on channels. It has always been there.
It is more so now because the funds are drying up, because we're getting less private funding, and the government has, and this government knows how to wield the thing. But to go out of your way to try and impress the people, to try and start your own channel because you want more funding, that's what I have a problem with. How low can you sink? And you're giving all of us a bad name. Mainstream media was not bad. Why are we getting a bad name because of those guys? We are not doing all that. We are reporting news. There are some of us in mainstream channels who are very happy to, we can give both sides of the story. No one sends us messages or SMSs. I do myself. If you see my shows, I don't toe any government line. I have not got a SMS so far from government or from anybody else. People watch my shows on mainstream media. So you can exist. Don't make that excuse saying PMOs are, because you yourself are running to please the PMO because you want a scripted interview with the Prime Minister. It's really disgusting. Sorry.
Shashank, are newsrooms making mistake of treating Gen Z as a monolith? I think, is that the problem?
Yeah, that could definitely be a problem. But that's not just about Gen Z. Newsrooms have traditionally treated their audiences as a monolith. And in this age and time when democratization of platforms has happened like anything, and we don't even know where it will reach, in such a time to look at the audiences as one monolith and then think of your content or journalism around just that idea of that audience can lead you to nowhere, which is increasingly happening now. And that's what the newsrooms need to avoid, that your audience does not speak just one language, is not just exposed to one platform or to one ideology. This is a very different time that we are living in. So has the media been able to adapt to it and change as quickly as the times are changing is the question, I think.
Okay, let me bring in Dhrubo. How do you see the relationship between Gen Z and newspapers? Even sometimes we don't read that, but how do you see that? What is happening there?
Yeah, I think with newspapers, the death of newspapers has been announced many times. And
20 years back.
When we were in journalism school, we were told that after the Arab Spring, it's only going to be social media and then newspapers are going to die. But what we have seen actually is that question of young people not being a monolith, that one of the USPs, for example, of English language newspapers is that English in this country is aspirational. And newspapers were bought in homes, including in our homes, for people to learn the language, learn articulation. And for large parts of India, actually, thankfully, that has not changed. What has changed is the container in which news is consumed by some sections of the people. But in this case, I think what we have to do as mainstream newsrooms and what we are trying to do is to not lose who we are. So for example, I'm privileged enough to work in an organization that's 100 years old. And for us, our core mission is to not lose. We can't be someone else. We can't be an Instagram creator. We can't, and we should not be a YouTube creator. Our core USP is that of trust. And this is somewhere where actually, thanks to, in many ways, we face challenges because of AI. But because, say, social and search traffic has collapsed a lot because of AI models, what has also happened in many newsrooms is that a lot of stuff that one had to do in the short term because of, to get search traffic, we have to pull back and then focus on our core brand, which is that of trust, which is that of legacy, which is that of fact-based journalism. And so in a way, actually, what modernity, what young people have brought to us is a reaffirmation of why we were there in the first place and why we joined the profession.
By the way, is Gen Z interested in newsroom? I mean, do you have Gen Zs in your newsroom? I mean, how do they look at print format as such? Just want to understand that bit.
Yes, thankfully we do have, I mean, we go to journalism schools and we have lots of young people in our newsrooms who don't, to be very fair, many of them don't read the newspapers until their bosses, shout at them. But they are interested in facts. They are interested in long-form journalism. They are interested in knowing more about the world. Many of them are curious, and they're curious in various ways. And they're curious about knowing the world maybe in formats that we are unfamiliar with, but the curiosity we are familiar with.
Priya, do you think the younger lot is, they trust individual journalists more than established news brands? Do you really think this is
I
the
think
case?
so. Not just younger. I think he's looking. Everybody does, because unfortunately today anchors have become brands. So you're not just looking at the platform. You're also looking at the anchor saying it. You'll say, I believe this news because X has said it versus Y. On one platform, you'll have 3-4 anchors giving different views, different points of view, but you will trust one and not the other two for a reason. Because unfortunately, television is no longer giving news. We are giving views. The news is coming from social media and digital platforms and other platforms. What people actually look to mainstream media perhaps is because we do have an editorial process. We are supposed to actually filter news and weigh the content before we put it out. So in that sense, there is some credibility that comes from the mainstream channel. Otherwise, anybody with a camera and a smartphone is a journalist, citizen journalist, or the social media. So all your information, news comes from there. But to verify and to say filter it, what is valid, what is not, is when people really come to the mainstream media. And in fact, that's what I notice is that now a lot of people are going in for explanatory journalism. We no longer break news. News is already broken. We in fact take our cue from social media. In the morning, we don't look at the newspaper headlines, with all due apologies to Hindustan Times. We actually look at the social media and say, okay, yeah, the breaking story of the day, of the minute really hai, to aaj ke news cycle mein we should pick up XYZ. What we do is we filter it and we try and give you the explanation. How does this affect you? We try and get experts. And we also give our view. So a Priya or a XYZ will also say, look, this is the way I see it, and you will believe me because I am saying it. For whatever my background credibility is versus another anchor, whatever the anchor's credibility is matters. So today anchors are also brands. It's not just the platform that you're in, and that I think is the way news is being dispensed to everybody, which is why, in the Jantar Mantar protest that you saw, some anchors from one channel were welcomed while others were not. There is a reason for this. It's also the anchor's credibility that the Gen Z was welcoming or not.
Very good points, Priya. In fact, I think the Gen Z audiences are becoming more loyal towards the feed rather than by any faces. And then what are the faces which are overtaking their feed? Ultimately, I think it is coming to that. So the faces which are strong enough to conquer the feed will be, the Gen Z will be more loyal towards those faces.
So, to you, Shashank, tell me, is credibility alone enough to win Gen Z today? Is that the only factor you feel?
Unfortunately not. I think credibility is and has always been the basis of good journalism. It should never have been the only thing that would attract the audiences towards you. What is the basis, what gets the audiences to you now is your relatability to the audiences and your authenticity rather than your credibility only. So credibility is the bedrock of journalism for organizations like us on the stage right now. But how much now are you able to tell your stories in a way that the general audiences are able to relate with? That they're able to see that you're actually talking to me, about me, not talking at me. That has become the main thing. And again, I mean, blame is a strong word, but obviously it is the platforms, the social platforms that have led to this revolution. And I think all of us are adjusting to it.
Okay, Dhruvo, do you think mainstream newsrooms sufficiently cover the issues that really matter to young Indian audience, the Gen Z? Do you think are we giving enough space to that? Or by giving that space, it will become more relevant? Do you think so?
Thank you. I think this is a conversation that has happened in every generation. And fortunately or unfortunately for India, many of those issues for the last 40 years have remained the same. That be of jobs, that be of education. I think as a mainstream publication, our belief is that what social media has done, and it's done it over the last 15, 20 years, is that it's created these kind of very noisy silos where certain kinds of voices get amplified. But as mainstream publications, our job is to keep insisting, and we believe it is true, that there is a large middle where people are interested in opinions, informed opinions, facts. one of the things that we could do better is on the question of diversity, especially with younger people. We get more younger people into our newsrooms who inform our perspectives, who create stories and formats and views and following in ways that we are not able to. Mm, happens with every, this is a at organization. But more broadly, are we covering the issues that younger people face? Covering them in that younger people consume need to improve.
What do you think recent how TV covered mainstream? And just your
Recent, there were in there too. Whenever the farmers for this the youth, uh, one mainstream, you see another narrative on with the YouTubers. Farmers protest. I think it's really when it all. I remember this from the channel is really getting most of farmers side of the story. From the mainstream, the channels was more the the government or the MPs were faces coming out also were the themselves were to come on mainstream saying going to be not being given. So actually the first Godi media I think was coined at that time, and that is where boycott mainstream media and youth took it because unlike they don't need, they have their own channel, their own reels, they were doing their uploads. So the youth protest didn't really need the mainstream media or any media per se for that. Uh, Mainstream media, the difference how they covered protest, the youth, they were, I think they were actually taken into account the youth view because they were openly coming and saying you're not point of view. They were because I mean see on a post being named, and so they had to actually go at least the others. Though of course even today if you look the Supreme Court order which came out or whatever we protest carrot one character side, one government side. It's the what voting is still happening, but I think mainstream media is now realizing after protest that not go as here are being for doing agenda. There has been, I think it is churn, but it is the some of green roots are starting. People are becoming aware that you can't you on saying I'm on saying it named, and then you just in your bubble happy with that. Or if you want a large, if you want credibility, then I think now's the time really to wake up.
I mean, I mean, on I follow news, DC. I think that's where that's where they capture news, and I see you. I mean, doing story P 60, but how do you read out loose text?
Yeah, so always that is what actually differentiates, for example, the BBC's context, the BBC from others. And as Priya said, is really breaking because so much there because of social costs. So then what do we do actually? Then it is that like us coming our space with sources, with our own point of views as, and we put in a context audiences, because breaking news battles will be fought by the likes of the others, but I think audiences as beyond breaking news, what them context of. So you're right that not everything can come in a 60-second piece. Honestly, we have kind of moved far. So if it is a providing would want to do, likely it won't 60-second. It will be at least 90 seconds or 3 to 4 minutes kind of an explainer. What would the second piece? Platforms that 60 seconds have to be full heavy, somewhere actually captured news taking place, or a newsmaker saying the thing that mattered the most. Only that will work in that format. That we understand and to our content on those formats. I think we are trying to work in that direction.
So I common question start with Dhruv. I need a short answer for that. The biggest misconception mainstream has about Gen Z, according to you?
That they don't read. That's
You can explain. Okay.
this idea that certain kind Gen Z who's forever on Instagram, who's doom scrolling, reels, etc. This is a country of 1 billion people. Large number of people who are still, who entered the stereotype think of people as Gen Z. For that large cohort of people, is the kind of is where make credible based automated really make it I mean, even in the context of these protests, for example, right, that it's people who are very multiple perspectives, able to think of nuanced thoughts in a way that actually our generation, which is millennials, we could. So we went to, we would to this side, but people are able to articulate their nuances in a kind of more way. As in newsrooms, we are having to adapt to that. The way in true nuancism, I think we disseminate journalism, we have to work some bit on that.
Priya?
He said it actually, but mistake we make, I think, is that this generation will believe what they are told, that authority. I mean, the generation of rebellion, they are not going to listen to what you say and say, okay, that is the truth. As he said, they are going to homework on it. They have views. You are wrongly, not going to be led by anything apart from reason. You can't just say, "Ke ye karna hai." They don't listen to authority. To some way, it we the reels that bordering on abuse. That so they can also stretch that a bit too far. All that they're doing. And large, this does its own. Said they their own truth, and they don't believe in black and whites. They don't listen. I mean, you can tell them want to do till back contradicting you. They're not I think that they are. That's the biggest mistake we'll make.
Yeah, I think misunderstanding is the media is still that the new generation of audience are like the older generation ones, that they will come to our platform time at we choose, they will sit, view us, and be the media will be. That has completely gone away. The audiences are where they want to. Fortunately, norms are in a different now, so they feel that wave as well. The media needs to forget that your masthead was enough to get the audience buy your page to your channel. That's not more. This is the misunderstanding, I think. To think that the new audiences is pretty much like the old audiences, so I need to doing my that I was. The good will continue. Face, format, platform, everything needs to quickly.
You can't take an echo chamber and call it republic and think that this is the republic. It's not. You're just living in your.
We have three most. Any take one question. Okay. Okay. Take that mic.
So everybody who's like, we are the old timers watching the news, switch on the channel. Today is everybody to make his brand. So going through News Hunt, or they're going in for even the channel people. I mean, you see the people say the voter, just take a clip, share that. Because channel room mein jayega, edit hoga. So what's going to be the future of such?
Already happening. We are all going digital. As you said, we're taking the clip and putting it out on media for, and people seeing it there. Two people are looking at it they're on TV, YouTube or whatever. So we are going digital, and that is really the future. Our story is coming short. The half an hour, we take half an hour. Watch the half. You'll watch of an interaction, 2 second, 2 minute. I'll put that on digital, and then I'll say watch the rest. Also play to hold landscape, the attention span, get your notice in as less as we can, and try to be more with it. Our language is also, changing a bit. Also, we're trying to be less, less. Only you can get away with, and still be a digital media.
Yeah, and to add to that, actually, it's not that the hope is lost completely. What we are missing about newsroom, TV, CTV, uh, now it has become the source of the audiences in America, and it says that it's increasingly becoming so in India. Apart from, we have others such as you and others coming. So I think future digital. But the good thing for television channels is that the digital has come on your, but it is more crowded. Now come on CT competing with entertainment and also news. So then you need to be even more innovative. But means that there are balls to get.
Okay, final question, closing. When Modi ji also came on Instagram to speak to youngsters, I think that really mattered. It really why. So, are we even mainstream platforms kind of looking at these, touch points to really woo Gen Z? Guys, what are next? How to maintain that relationship? How is it evolving at HT?
Right. I think the mainstream or any number of mainstream, I think there is a way in which we are trying to reach out to not just younger but different kinds of. For us, the one is one doesn't want its identity. He cannot become a creator, and it should not become a content. But how do we, us, the colleges, how preserve our way of storytelling, but change the format? In his example, we are attempting to more social storytelling. We're experiment with the format of how we tell our stories. We are doing more quizzes, engaged kind of. But more broadly, I think for our mission to from the fact this organization that survived 100 years and has thrived through those 100 years based on a certain kind of a certain thing that we do. Every generation needs. Millennials, there was a tweak. With Gen X, there was a tweak. When television came, when radio, the tweak. This is another way to adapt to a new. The generation is not complete. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, when millennials they dealt with, it was not. But Gen became the news. I don't know why. But what is the word for mainstream and you're very active, really kind of address Gen Z? Is the coming out front from?
I think also that we don't really want to base now. They want to be doing for the bring in the education over there. I think the issues were even in the Iran-Iraq war. They wanted explained simply and for 1 week. I've seen attention span, vision is the immediate. That's what the I get is kya hoga. The long-term view they'll take. I don't think they plan for the long term, honestly.
A general one short video consuming. Is there a fear also that the context is missing? I mean, it's going to lead to say what really we be or this course correction happen on its own?
I don't think we should be worried too much because there are and many formats and there are that are in all formats. So we're not worried about that. What we need to do is, I think, bring the audiences in our of news, bring them live. Usually, journalists of first of its element, then think now how contributed to audiences. That's been the traditional approach. That I think needs to be reversed. It is now what is my audience? Young woman, 20 years, just into her career. If that is what is what she should in. If I like invert the whole process, then I think that worry part will be over because still doing journalism, be doing a new audience, new form for the new platform.
Wonderful, Shashank and Dhruv, for sharing. And mainstream is here. It's not going anywhere. Yes. All right. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Much.
Rohil, best to do the honor. Rohil? Up, Rohil. Done. Thank you. Move ahead. Our next discussion is beyond the Tim's wipe still matter. You know, Padmaja ma'am in her session, in her keynote, she had spoken on that people social media नहीं देखेगा, but the same word newspapers entered, but a share of people while papers and magazines. Now, in this era, which is of course dominated by algorithms, notifications, endless, can offer something incredibly rare, which is depth, which is deliberation, and also a curated reading experience. But print actually remain essential in media must evolve to remain relevant to a as audience and also to advertisers. To talk on that and more, let's please welcome our panel. Gaurav Majumdar, Chief in India and Publications PSG. Gaurav is Mr. Alra, Chief Editor, Entertainment and Lifestyle, Hindustan Times. And this one will be chaired by Mr. Imran, Assistant for Media. Let's welcome them. लोग स्टेज पर ताली बजाएं इंसाफी है. Let's try again. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Over 2 weeks, we've discussed about the death of print media. Everybody about print media relevant. Today, I want to understand how resilient the print continues to, despite AI being coming in and a lot of money being poured in the digital forms. Gaurav, I want to know, look at the growth of digital plans to what print is, where brands are pouring in more money there.
Well, thank you for having me, discussion. It's mainly listening to the channels, where challenges media, the challenges of television, mainstream media, etc., were just indeed. And I thank myself and thank you still in, if we face that challenge and that credibility, and I'll show credibility, I'm sure Sonal here will also discuss that. The point is about where we are. Said beginning itself 10 years ago, and discussion happening that print going to, and here not just surviving but hopefully thriving as well. The whole is about reinvention. It is about whether we survive or will perish. The issue is reinvent, and I think that's we need to sort of on detail. How do you reinvent for the newer reader? How do you reinvent for the new generation? And what stories are you? Are you stories with? I think that's essentially the point. And to all of these over the session, I'm sure.
Right, but when we look at the coverage, unless it's an investigative by a print, which on social media, does can impact such things, investigative stories been put out publication?
You know, when I speak to my younger team members, simple question, give an example. You try and governor interview, you say it will appear in the or in the newspaper, but it will only be digital. I doubt how many times there is a year. You know, always we all the time. ये magazine का क्या? ये print का क्या? While yes, digital में तो आएगा, and it will be under fortune, but magazine, you know that people believe print more credible. Print is deeply researched, and I'll say why it is deeply researched, because you know in print you cannot make a mistake. I say this again, members. Once it is there, you back end remove it. Can do in digital. You can change it. You can do it online, but you cannot do it once it is out there. You know why I'm saying a mistake? In case it's a month in fortnight as well. Newspapers, but the point in newspapers stare at you the whole day. In a fortnightly, a full fortnight, and the mistake will you as for 1 month in a case. So you cannot afford wrong. You have to deep dive. You have to be with facts. You have to have your sourcing right. You have to have the right voices in the story. All that be done. So curated, like it is a experience, much more feel. In view, it is more.
How do you look at for the entertainment side, the lifestyle side? You know, we apps and viral bayani everywhere. Like, how do you look at, you know, earlier people used to look forward to watch, you know, read shaping right now?
Okay, I'll come to page 3 in a bit, because I don't know what to look forward to page place, even ones who make. If that happened, I'd rather have it happen, because some sense come into that insanity. Called page 3, it was not a monster that we created, it is a public. To earlier question, whether printing, you know, most of you may have seen this film Tare Zameen Par, where in a certain scene, father who's seen for marks, कि अगर आप पेड़ को, and this is a legend, कि आप एक पेड़ को भी बोलोगे रोज कि तू मर जाएगा मर जाएगा मर जाएगा, activity is that I feel this has been in fact in many ways, but I'm एक print ये एक ऐसा पेड़ है जो जिसको 15 साल तो मुझे ही सुनते हो गए कि मर जाएगा, it is dying, not only not dying, we are still talking to you. Times and such publications have actually shown a clear reversal of the perception that that's primarily because, you know, print forces you to pay attention. Also, if I look at lovely gathering, there is a beautiful lady who's looking at me, maybe a Hindu, the people are on their face, and I sitting there, I was doing the same. This is not a judgment remark on them, but I'm just saying that when something is subconsciously being to you, your tends to go things that you to on this. What forces you, if you've opened paper, you have to read it. Yes, of course, there could be music playing in the background, but hands. I any which has the power to grab your in a day and age when attention is the biggest currency, it's not good.
But again, we talk about attention span, which is taking days as we talk. Uh, Younger generation, the habit of papers, see that, right? Is it content because of the distribution is looking at it?
I think it is obviously, for anything in life, if there is a thing come to you with to strive, you are in greatness would make towards those things because they're coming easy to us. I won't blame the younger generation at all. Time when newspaper in COVID had problems with news, some of the people microwaving paper because thinking that the virus would come in. There were RWAs who stopped the of newspaper again, we for the safe time. So those services also the younger generation, and this is the same as your children who would be doing online classes. COVID realized that thing called class while sitting jai, the teacher can't if you're sitting up or whether you're lying in bed. It has away from the so it's the same thing as anything that you need to struggle for. You would call it difference. I be pragmatic if that print have come since because attention span isn't going to come back to historic numbers. But I must tell you that what has happened in this lack of attention span is the frivolous have with genuinely to more, genuinely in journalism information have stuck, and I think that's a good thing for us. It's the same thing as saying ab sabke phone mein bhi time aata hai. So when people start phone as an to your body, people said would die because time phone mein bhi dikh raha hai. Have of the world or watch for that matter. So what this has done to print is that it's turned into a premiere for people actually want it. It's always have to be one rather than having to thrust ourselves on someone who doesn't pay attention.
Oh, yeah.
Add to what he said, important, he said, I just wanted to say, there's also this whole, today online, the home page is losing its relevance because news hits you, right? Terrible thing, it like a story, right? Hierarchy is very important. It's not to will tell you you need. That's a lot of editors have been sort of castigated, and itself why me what I that. But the point is for the reader, hierarchy of news, a lead story, a second lead, and I'm giving you the example of a story, a second anchor, inside pages. Fortunately, and we heard earlier, anchors have become editorializing, have started editorializing very, very disturbingly so in many cases. So you have to take the call. It's like a thali approach. You like a story in a newspaper, you read that story, you turn the page, you want an opinion, there will be a cross-reference to an edit on that subject, you read that opinion piece, you decide. But the point is, it is, the hierarchy of news is very important. And that is where I think even the new generation needs to know what is actually the big story of the day. You don't agree, that's fine. It's everybody's right not to agree. But there is this curated thing which the newspaper or a magazine gives you, the cover story. Why is a cover story so important? Because that is supposed to be the most important story in the magazine. Now, it's a different matter that everybody wants to be on the cover. That's a different discussion. But there are many, many interesting stories inside, and that is where we sort of guide the reader into that, into that whole hierarchy of news. That is very important.
I think this point about hierarchy that Saurav has made is bang on, because the thing is that why would you not consider yourself privileged if there is a leader, a newsroom leader with 15, 20 years of experience? actually putting his brain and experience behind curating a page of a newspaper, deciding or telling you that this is an important read, please go through it, as compared to perhaps a chatbot who's just seen what kind of content you're consuming and is just giving you more of it. You know, I mean, tomorrow if you were to start consuming item numbers, and I'm nothing against them, but I'm just saying your algorithm is going to send those your way. And very soon, the whole point of someone trying to tell you that, listen, I'm an investigative journalist and I've done a piece, it wouldn't even come across on your timeline. So this is, why should we not that, because algorithm is journalism is all information.
Me also add, I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah, please.
constantly interjecting, but the fact is that there is also you carried stories in this the big online platforms, Google, Meta, etc. Also worried online fatigue of the younger generation. You will find stories about younger people going back, away thing from phone. It's very, very important that detox. She said, have a newspaper. You are reading it in your time. It is, you can pick it. Want to we can so happy Padmaja we can magazine morning she reads newspaper. I should tell you, if a TV anchor, a leading TV channel is telling you she reads newspapers every day, 3 of them magazine weekend, tell you this is far. Let me clarify for the benefit of everybody. All the doomsayers, sorry, not going on. We are reading and can come a little.
Just wanted to on the early point you about premium. Even today, when we talk about advertisers, a premium for compared to exactly pay. What are the advertisers looking for, and till when will it last? How do you look?
Yeah, that's and particular magazine. I can, the experience of a lavishly produced for car, for a foreign brand, vehicle, or a watch, which is why with her say that print is becoming premium, because you are looking at a product now as a premium product. Magazine being looked at as a premium product. You have that kind of luxury of or a which that experience of that advertisement which it gives you with all the that you want to see, whether it is jewelry, all of that and more. Of course, there are other categories as well, many categories. Looking particular luxury that can embellish in a magazine or a paper format. The newspaper is good enough, but magazines we take special care with the kind of we put out. So that is premium, which a mobile phone will not give you, no matter how big your iPad is. It will not give you. That says gate for that car which you then want to aspire for. So aspirational value magazine is better.
Just this point, like I'm fortunate to lead a newsroom which also brings out a luxury based daily. So I compare the value that why is absolutely right about the magazine provided a luxury experience of output. The ness of a newspaper comes not because of anything that we've done. So it'll be wrong if we can take credit for news become premium. The reason premium, the discerning people have been left who would actually spend time in the newspaper. As I said, what it gives advertiser is actually eyeballs, which are, again, as I said, that in of information fed to everyone by way of influencers, by way of constant is where advertisers have started to realize that they are getting lost somewhere and they need to come back to paying off. And newspapers go, they listen, we have it. The serious one. Only those actually looking for something have remained. Also, the newspaper reading generation now thanks the age are decisions when it comes to spending. While younger people at home who do not read newspapers influence the decision makers. It is the going to be all on finding a car. As long as making or for demographic age which reads newspapers, they'd always have a reason to sort of go to news.
Also, know that awareness, the society said we should increase the advertisement cost by 15%, and uh, about the race for, right, the race for on digital, is that actually helping print to grow? Newspaper coming up will 15 for advertisements. How do you
Helping in कि अगर आपका कंपटीशन कुछ गलत ही करता रहेगा तो वो ऑटोमेटिकली आपके लिए फायदा हो जाएगा. The clicks has an entire of very click substance go on to that particular article kind of journalism. So realize digital telling them their own news, very loosely term exclusive. I mean, the other day I had a rather heated debate with own other senators saying I've exclusive. In my team, I've got an exclusive with such and such internationally renowned director. And I'm happy about maker giving an to us. I realized that also advertising their interview as an exclusive. So I called him and I said, how is exclusive? He's special deal. That is where, as an old journalist, I very hard to digest how these terms, which were very reverent for us, exclusive, and the definition of exclusive is that has it. Now, as everyone's calling their piece of work special, exclusive, breaking, in where I'm hoping there are an edit discerning in of this happening in print, we have a right to ask for a 15% extra.
The point, if I'm doing something on YouTube or even now on Facebook, and the ad just comes in, if it's not, should I is very when premium on YouTube Premium, for instance, or Spotify Premium, you don't have the ad between. But if online, if you're online, just have that subscription, then it will keep coming and disturbing and all kinds of clicks. It will keep. Now, people then go for subscription is another matter. But in the newspaper, the magazine, you can all through it is and hit face, disturbing the beauty of a narrative which you might be consuming at that point. And by the way, just aside, I have a problem with all editors. This whole business of content creators as opposed to editorial coverage, I think we need to draw a distinction.
I know. True. With him on that. And also we need to remember that historically a newspaper is a highly product. If you earn their advertising, but if you look at the amount of cost vis-a-vis the 5 rupees ka paper that you get at home, they and demand of news business size leagues would they demand kind of a support from the government when it comes to newsprint costs, etc. With this news situation, the news has already risen 25 to 30%. So for survival, newspapers really need to figure out reinvent. That's where that price comes.
Also, not as if it is infallible and we are sitting in this ivory tower saying that everybody else is wrong and continue to do the way things, and it'll be, as I said, we are reinventing. We are also giving you, in a magazine, we always try to, do stories which are attractive for the younger, talking about issues where presentation is very important. presentation, which is why in a magazine, for instance, I am very particular on the sensibility, how you, whether you pick it on a newsstand or not, or whether you like a certain page layout or not in a news. So I think things, and story, mix of stories, short, which are tighter, which may be appealing more to the younger lot who don't have that long, and a longer 4 or 5 pages, good graphics, good visual are very important in terms of how you sort of lay out the magazine or a news.
To point one thing here, talk about some circular revenues. I know people in the PR agencies, comms, where pirated of papers is also there's new subscription and circulation. How do you look at this challenge? And
That's a very, very
no, but on the other hand, in media publications circulating it themselves.
No, I think that's something which I stand completely against. Because if you are then sending free copies of your magazine on WhatsApp, so many of the magazines are circulating on WhatsApp, and that's a serious. If you're giving, who will buy it? And then don't keep cribbing about, people are not buying your magazine or whatever. So, of course, serious problem, any form of piracy.
Yes.
So, in that sense, piracy is not on okay anywhere, right? And if you're doing it yourself, that's really doing it to your own cause.
Sonal?
I don't really experience on this because अखबार को तो कोई क्या ही piracy करेगा, 5 रुपए का paper बेचारा. The newspaper that we bring, magazine out is circulated with Mint Lounge on a monthly basis. We've not put it, perhaps for this reason. I'm more worried as an editor about piracy, the lack of benchmarks and the lack of our own yardsticks that we are currently facing, in the sense that people are taking each other's news all the time without giving digital goes. So you just need to pick up something. It could be from an interview, newspaper. Don't put a byline in digital. Even bylines have lost their sanctity, and just publish it. And so that kind of thing is far at this point.
And that's happening all the time. She's absolutely right. In our case, we faced the news. Fortune broke the news of Kiran Mazumdar Shaw actually deciding on her Claire and out. We knew that this will happen, so we also put out a story on our website saying that this news that TV type. But you had several others, and thanks to the people who actually give credit to saying appeared in Fortune magazine. But there were many others, like she said, who just took it to give credit.
The stage where giving credit is also like an ehsan, but actually you're permission content you take, वो permission वाली बात तो पीछे ही रह गई है. Now anyone's free to pick up and grateful credit for the work that they've done. So sadly, that's the stage.
But about the biggest battle today is with the big tech companies and the AI companies. Data don't even pay you. How do you look at this issue and on in the?
I think that battle it's been there for a while now, and I think that definitely, and now you get the answers curated from all these sources. Now, what happens to the hard work which the journal or the platform has done? So I think that's an ongoing battle, which I think
this is in some ways we've seen in Australia. There's been a government support to the demand for news organizations. A big tech, not. I think it will take a while in India because there are far too bigger problems surrounding us. This is one is having to.
And also, the AI business, just talking about how that is where again print scores. You cannot have a newspaper or a content. You can, you do all kinds of things on online or on video, deep fake, or even content, people's voices, people's even lip sync has become so good now that you will not know person is it or not. That's a huge which we and that technology will evolve and regulation always follows technology. So that's been seen all this. But print, you know, stay away from.
Then, do you think there is a need for omni-channel approach for parent to make it in business models which are? How do you look at the evolution of print
Yeah.
media?
You know, I wouldn't even approach anymore. I don't think there's any room at this point now which has really made business into becoming platform agnostic. We've started to see a story, right? Whether that's a certain goes into print shape and social media. That's an evolution which has blurred all these boundaries between print and digital and so forth. Approach is all it's print will from it is that earlier we would break a story in print and then that to go on amplification. Now really reversed working, at least thinking about HT and how we've started to work is a story would first timely and story would break digital and middle of the day editors start to sit and cull out the best of all that since this to turn version. And I think that approach because they have luxury time. They're going to bed into press at around 11:30, 12.
Yeah.
The TV colleagues or the digital bars are constant. They need to update a certain story every 15 minutes. Some news channels have an every 10 minutes you can update. नहीं minute में it up come and sometimes the same sentence being written in an active voice and a passive because they follow a number of words, all of these challenges the print person does not have. So the print person sits at around 6 evening, basically out all questions and get a confirmation, the veracity is established, and then work comes up. So I think evolution is already about others. Yeah.
Yeah, to add to what she's saying, for a magazine like ours, and timeliness is an important, it comes in a month. No, it's a monthly. So if we have a story, Claire Mazumdar is an example. The story, we put it out. Digital, maybe can explain, put out on it. And like I tell, you know, in Fortune, for instance, what we have done is print seen as a, because but this is a platform. I tell all my young colleagues, please do not think that you are joining Fortune. What is the soul of and in nearly 100 years globally, you know, so that Fortune is. At this time, we break stories regularly on digital. We do videos, we do podcasts, do Instagram. If you see, you a lot of Instagram feeds in terms of videos and reels and posts, all work. So a platform now with print at the heart of it, which is where younger coming, because that if you are an Instagram generation, your Instagram, you will see it, and then you will want to see what Fortune is in his new coming to platform. You may be acquainted with it on Instagram or X or whatever, and then you may curiosity of a format, deeper format in terms of the digital or whatever will then come to you. So it's a 360-degree approach. We have. It's a very for all platforms and print publications as well. Events are a very important of the last rated discussion, which then acquaint you more and more with the brand. So I think it's a 360 approach. It's not anymore. We have raised much and time hopefully, and we do it.
And if there's one wish that who news is the consumer of news or away from the urge to have to need an update every few minutes. If only consumer that I divide my day 24 day into 4 milestones, pick up my phone if there is an update, and I'll not be in this habit of picking it up. Murder case, getting the name, so Goel murder, Fia Goel case happened in Pune. I remember that people were so consumed by every update. I had colleagues who every minutes, 5 minutes, or kuch hua. Now, of a pressure will obviously not leave the sanctity of the news, or would leave time to actually depth of what's figure out. And as consumer, right, क्या हम इतने नहीं पूछेंगे. If I could draw an analogy, I'd say, because Dhruvo was here, I saw him, said that reading, it's a conception that they don't agree with him. I don't think young people are reading. There's a difference between consuming. It's like, अगर आप देखते हुए को अपने हाथ में थाली लो किसके मुंह है ना, बच्चा देख रहा है वो खा रहा है, खाना पेट तो उसका भी भर गया, as compared to a बच्चा who go say mama आलू के पराठे बहुत मन relishing at it, eating. The net output is that the food is gone. Is it consumption? Is it gaining? That's between to have look at something that's being fed into them.
TV देखते हुए खाना is content.
But yeah, thumbs up. Thank you so much, Bhavan.
Time not
Thank
for
you
print.
for print. That's for sure. That's for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So thank you. Please request from E to the stage. Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, sir. Nimran, thank you. As trying for print, it's not up. Clearing this on your few newspaper physical on an everyday basis. But I see. How many of you read more than one newspaper every day? More than papers every मैम सर 3 से ज़्यादा कोई है? Four, ma'am. You read 7 papers. No, of course, I'm sure 90% of us in the same profession. Oh. 7, sir. What time do you start your day? Clock. Acha. I'm sure you also reading it fast, it physical. Like my father, no matter what happens, he wants that touch of a newspaper in the morning with his child. That's that thing. And I'm shocked at the ghanta बैठने के बाद चलिए, all of us on the same page. Thank you. Then the Rohit. Okay, it's keynote. Never stop climbing. Lessons in leadership, in career, and also in reinvention. They said all of us have faced them, but we all managed to overcome them. This is that session, powerful connection between climbing mountains and also building a career. Demand resilience, the courage continue, and the destiny still far away. To token this, which is never stop climbing, leadership and reinvention, Please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Avinash Kaul, CEO of Broadcast and Publishing Network 18, and also the Managing Director, A plus E. Enjoy the Amin, the Senior Editor at e4m, along with BW Business World as well. Please.
Just the lunch session, we have interesting it out. We have the media when call the young CEO there, the CEO networks for 15 years. The part is that started from Kashmir to Mumbai. I want to first ask him, why did he choose to leave quit a point? People are, they don't continue to write a book. They write a book end of the year. You chose right in the somewhere close to the middle. First of all, so why this approach book now? What is about the people asking, and what drove you to this?
Thank you, Rohel, and thanks for having me. Very interesting question. Something that usually asked, but since it's a forum, I guess I probably you ask this. It's very simple. I don't think I've had which is the traditional, the convention. It's been in that particular sense, and that's a theme that is through my life as well, and shouldn't come in any surprise particular sense. I mean, if I trace my journey, and I've close decades and probably hardly knew the story of my coming into industry, my moving away from Kashmir, my doing all that I've done, Newsnet more than 25 years, and hardly would have known what's happening. I joined the industry in that. I've always been conventional in that for me. From a state, there is a book that distills it down. It literally began 19 January 19 when, I was leave Kashmir. This happened at 15 years old. Father put me a scooter and curfew, literally escape Kashmir in that sense. Crowded, sitting on a bar, living in garages, because there was no hotel, other place to go. And literally on your own, and studied my in shift schools because they were real, to go to at that time. Like me, things were pretty different, right? Whatever wearing now in English, I probably couldn't fit at that point of time. So when you are faced with all the odds and you man go through those standing in queue, ration cards, sustenance leaf as they call it, which was for life, and you don't know when to stop from it, walking away from it, and you realize you mountain is the industry climbing day by day, and I started junior most levels as a junior coordinator in the 2003, and 2010 exactly later I became a CEO. Now, junior coordinator CEO, I probably 12 years in, and managed to do 10 years, and I have no that happened. It's not aiming becoming a CEO. I wanted to be, and we just spoke that a few days back. Just the fact, just keep moving because you're not trying somewhere, you're trying away from that failure, the moving away from leads you to something full scenery I ever all jam, and I would have flowers around it. Now have it, read, and telling this to people. If you need the story, as usually calls, in find that for me. The 12 level in 10 years, you'll find that. But if failure story, they're there in my that I failed politics in boards at 20, the I failed test all in my school, fact that I failed in semester in fact that I don't speak and spoken English properly. So all of those huge success, all failure, and that is not me. Now, why I want to do it stage is would like to back again, wouldn't it? Because here opportunity for to distill all things down, it is still relevant. Later it loses. 5 years would have been an time. I'm glad that I have time out to distill thoughts. Somebody like sitting in a small in India somewhere, doesn't know how to speak in English, who doesn't IIT or a foreign degree, who don't have any connect in industry, who is not Bombay or Delhi, who is not connected to anybody remotely, if you could do it, to give them the you can do it. And this industry has a lot. I have seen, and I have been here since the last maybe a couple of hours, a whole lot of in the industry. The cynicism is actually very sick. It's itself in questions that we ask, it formulates responses you, it kind of toxicity cells. Because when really celebrate great amount of this industry, and I have perpetually eternal missed. Even when the print sector going on, I like literally applauding. I have questions, but I ask because I'm running out of time. I really want to that why do we answer so harshly? The panel before stream media, you know, shout for doing X or Y thing. Why can't we look at the side of the because all built our career industry? I mean, I've somebody this industry. This industry everything. Made me jump 11 level in years. Name one industry where this is possible. I have nothing but fullness and optimism about the industry in my head, and I will continue for time. And I think cynicism, if I were to example of print, just a few minutes, I mean, a 50 salary in India constitutes a percent of the level in India, right? Now, where else expect a magazine to reach? It will reach less than 1%. It will reach 1%. So, what is wrong? It is not mass media to be a premium, and people to pay a premium. But if apologetic, or what will happen? Digitally 1.4. That doesn't matter. What matters? People who are more relaxed. For heaven's sake, how are sold at that they want media? They do mass media. They should own these premium businesses come at a premium price. And the day the industry wakes and these conversations are worth its gold, worth its weight in last IRS, God knows how much it has been. Right? Their measurement isn't any curate about these. We are so busy being cynical in the media. And that is what is absolutely wrong. We telling that small who is now remote village thinks that these anchors they are teaching things, but yet sitting here believe that we are wrong and everything and nobody should. They're calling to our own everything that may work, we are sure that it dies. Then will join, then we are to blame.
Youngsters, who got into media, they're here as well. You said from 2000 to 2010, I mean, it was 10 jump in a 12-fold jump. What would you attribute your success, and what is the media patience and circumstance and the success for?
See, Simple. I mean, book's title is Mountain. Why did I choose mountain? Because throughout my life, corporate career, I have mountains, and that's where and that's the only language I know. And that's what I practice in my career as well. The rule of the mountain is that you are silent, walk in, and you look in one direction upward. Look back. Because if you look back, then you will get vertigo, fall down. You lower baggage in your have, because if you carry a haversack back up the mountain, you will never be able to finish. That meant removing means removing the expectations of everybody around me, because that is what I have a set. And I light because I survive. And I couldn't get of expectation everybody, including parents. So I had to remove and climb. Be ready to fall every single time. The difference being you stand up, go one more, even after you're used, even after trying every day. It's not easy in an industry which is as moving as fast as the media industry, even more industry. It's not easy. It makes me cry every day. But as long as you retain the arm, you will find it. I was climbing those stairs in tears. I wasn't taking a look at the score. I was looking at my link. I had no time. I was sitting on podium. I wasn't taking pictures. I wasn't on the podium of Exact magazine, any exchange articles. I was busy and I was trying to survive every single day. Not for me, but for the thousands who used to work in organizations. Because those are the ones who you're responsible for. And obviously the it's to say like that, I can sit in this thing. Deep root, there is a certain way that you think, functions that particular fashion. And that's what I wanted to really capture. And I have now stepped back because I look back while climbing mountain. Only after I stepped down on 1st of March, I have looked, curated around it, basically code why did I succeed, quote unquote, though I think I succeed, but why did I, in the media industry, have a success? And all the odds, nothing. I had no connections. Nobody knew me. Still, even now, I use myself here as a Vinash call because I don't tell you too often. Any journalist knows me. I just met Gaurav Sawant. Hi, my name is Paul. He said, I know you. I said, I don't, but I don't. I'm saying hello to you, right? So now that curiosity and that way you look at life real for every. So they starry-eyed. I was just an employee doing a job every day for many hours, and everybody at home, I would start working. I would learn the department, I would learn HR, would learn the technical, OB vans, how they function, the uplink, downlink, the logs. I have entered logs in broadcast, done advertisements, I have done research. All of that thing, if I am climbed in, I need to all sides of the mountain because this is only one I have to whole life. Imagine if this was a person. I want to know every set of my spouse. Who is the spouse when bad mood, in a benevolent, different mood, in a mode, her relationship with God, everything. I want to know everything. And here, planning to get married career for 3 years. How much time did studying it? Nothing. People don't do that because they think it's a source of income, not a source of commitment. You will get more benefits as the income. It will be who you are. Avinash, nobody without his work, nobody knows the old kid who me. So I have a respect. I have a lot of gratitude for every happened. And I think it's a disservice doing to all of this journey. I mean, I don't, too many people have this, they were born with a spoon. If you are born with a spoon, you may not be in the industry. Right? And yet we pontificate only negativity. And we lynch it. We are stooges of, we are known, we are known as why. That's a view of a class of people. It doesn't, when was the last time you done a sense, when was the last you had a really robust understanding what wants, why do they want and consume. You talk about Gen, you write exams even knowing what's going on in the world. Where do that information? They might from GPT. Where does GPT information from? It finds all the archives that have been found for decades. It's just that we don't value those archives. We sell it cheap to companies, and then they make the they supply distilled, and you have $2,000 for a month, or 500 you are going on a GPT, but you not spend the same on a television. You will not spend that on a print, and you will not spend on anything else. Now, unfair, but we as an industry collectively to make our dependent advertising goes to tell the advertisers that here premium is pay up. Aspect is that this is also the same in Rohel. There are 200 news. Look at the kind of demigods that we have. If you were in Germany, if you are in Europe, London or anywhere, you would not have more than 3 or 4 channels, which total prime known actors would be more than 5 or 6. Every less that there are known names. All of them are celebrating their own right. Nothing wrong. They have a social following. Who made that possible? The fact that there were 200 news channels. Personally, you have organizations not have because they see it in that. And I have everybody come back together on the entire positivity the industry.
You know, spoke about people are obsessed with foreign degree, this thing, a bomb, that, but here saying that all is not important. Not the only, if you get it, it's good. Don't get it, worry, right? That's something to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that if you can, please do that. I mean, any hold me guilty. If you do a quick search on all my podcasts and my interviews, kids are going to do. I say that it's just a good quality. I think I'm giving it. Couldn't get it, mean that this is bad. The reason I'm trying to, don't do it for the wrong reason. Just you are from because you are this, doesn't mean that you will have a full career. Because it is a sense of settlement that you may actually at the mountain fish. मैं तो Harvard, what is this media and what will I do? It's a mountain, it's tricky. It's the K2. It is Mount Everest. Mountain is easier to. It is K2, which is known as the mountain. Hundreds of people have died climbing a mountain that have been seen. Look at the life of CEOs, lifespans of many people in this industry of people don't last. They break out of the tree line. On the mountain, something a concept is a tree line. You've been to London, if you have, no trees, because it is a tree line. When you reach a certain level, if you're editorial, make a prime minister, if you are a business guy, CXO level, above the tree line. Above the line means you can't hide behind the tree now. Ready target, anybody from far away with a long rifle can pick and shoot. That to turn your and keep at the one who's, because you still climb the, haven't reached the sun. So you climbing, you climbing, you keep. Unfortunately, most of them turn around, and that attacks you. That gives a for any sniper to shoot and kill you, and that's why careers die. Reach that there's go. Few people to say yes, few people transcend that and invent themselves. Literally go underground, in terms from a level they have they are wonderfully well. They had no choice. They had to shoot what is known as science.
16 years on a mountain like a two mountain will really 2 or 3, that's the max sustain. 16 years, how to explain? What were the traits that kept you?
Great, I was never on stage. For that, for any other stage, no complaint stage, doing a fabulous job. Fabulous. The important thing, saying, mountain keep climbing. Don't keep all senses around you. Never be able to notice small shift in a link that next time. You will be able to smell in comes. never be able to understand the Russell being called something else. An incoming, you will never be those things. But if of us sitting in echo chamber own creation, it is editorial, it is business, there are people around in the industry, because 90% of the people in the industry probably think that Chapalusi is the best head. The worst way to act, because that you will always serve to the person. Means you are individual law, not organization. Even at a higher means that you don't have individual loyalty, but you have organizational loyalty. You need to have the loyalty industry level, then an organization level, and an individual level. Many people get it wrong. And at that time, there, its journey has been easy. It's not that I have people to do all of things. I've seen digitization, I've seen dash to, seen cable and wars getting fought, regulations galore. I've 50,000 around me. But have you noticed me responding to 50 things? Oh, Vinash calls about these things. It doesn't matter. I'm only in a business, and it is only as good as business. I'm navigating 2,000 people. I have not anything else. And I couldn't sleep, and I have never slept in all those 16 years. It's an easy crown, thinks it's an, but it is pain point, responsible, and have all the answers. And put up front, because you're supposed to be a leader, and you got to figure it out. And there are holders and their audiences, both are judging harshly, very harshly. You social networks, or you go, you guys are X. I'm also from the same area, all the same thing, right? Look at all these, remove all this, because all of it is noise. And you focus what is important today is important to survive. Not just you, but the industry, in the organization, and third for you. And if this discipline, every single day, will not be Mr. Boy. Never go anywhere. You will never be called seminars. You will never get an award in life. You will faster. It enables you down 3, like I have a book for a clear book called The Next, and it will enable me when I unburdened myself. In this, I have unburdened myself.
What do you mean by that?
Unburdened means the world impression of, oh, he knew the right answer, he was probably the right people, he was a lot of concepts being formed around. I hardly came to Delhi because it's full a place for a person like me. I would rather live in anonymity where no one knows me, trying to struggle in a place everybody is somebody else, right? I didn't want to that. I wanted to unburden myself, because at 53, I am not going to retire. Go to my next, which is going to another 30 years. So if I did what I did in my career, I unburdened, I had expectations of, here I think I'm now jobless. I don't have, for the last, have an income. Who I am, I want to choose another mountain, ask me 30 years, right? There will be no time, there will be no class, and I have never taken class in my life. I have an innovative which is old. Observers, I have not changed. I haven't changed anything in my life, because whatever I can in being less is what is my real state of life. I don't want to be longer. I've tried to, but I definitely, whatever little you, after staying 16 years in positions, you still attract something. I may feel that I don't have, but and then, like, gravitate and sit on the front bench. I sat down in the, because I have my place yet in my next mountain, right? My card still in 18. I don't have a title, right? I have not lived up to that thing. I came ahead and people said, it's out of, right? I haven't earned it yet, right? And when I'm myself, I'm feeling that I'm an MD, I'm no longer a CEO, any pedigree, I'm just a climber climbing a new mountain. And that's exactly how I launched my book. And I use the same principles in my career, in my book. In 3 months, 4 months now, I launched a book, 13th July. On day 1, on hour 1, it became a bestseller. In 5 days later, it became 19th ranked book in all of Amazon among all the books in India. In 10 days, it has already gone for a reprint, right? Now, why would people want to buy a failure book? why would they want to create a bestseller when nobody knows me? I'm not a Shah Rukh Khan, right? And curiously, I mean, very strangely enough, the cinema and broadcast category is where I'm still number one after like almost a month. And the leading books that I beat in is Shah Rukh Khan and Salman Khan. I mean, definitely I'm neither as good looking, neither as successful as both of them, right? But somehow some things resonate. I don't know what it means. But this is the unburdening that I'm talking about, because if I carry this bag or baggage behind me, अरे मैं CEO हूँ, मुझे एक particular तरीके से चलना है, I shouldn't be waiting here, अरे I'm here, I want to spend the whole day here. I miss the days because I was too busy doing my job. I used to come for something, कभी आप बुला लेते थे, 10 मिनट चला जाता था. आज मेरे पास कोई नहीं है जाने को. मैं आपके साथ पूरे दिन बैठने को तैयार हूँ. मेरे को कोई ईगो नहीं है कि भाई मैं CEO मैं नहीं बैठूंगा, मैं तो वापस चला जाऊंगा. I'm grateful I'm meeting colleagues whom I had never had the time to spend and say hello to. So I'm doing that today. This is unburdening for me, right? And this will cause my next journey to be much more lighter and probably climb a higher mountain than what I have just left behind.
So time's up, but I want two quick questions, 2-3 minutes more. What do you think about humility and being in those power positions for so long and still being humble? I mean, I've seen some CEOs where when they come with an entourage. I mean, they want the front seat, otherwise they won't even come to the event. They sanitize these things. But how do you remain grounded amidst all this?
See, Rohil, there are 3 words on my book, right? There is resilience, there is leadership, and then there is purpose, right? Now, I'll come to these in this thing, but if you ask me this, it depends on why did you want to climb the mountain in the first place, right? I didn't climb the mountain to become a CEO. I had no idea and I don't think I was qualified enough. जिसको MBA में अंग्रेजी बोलनी नहीं आती है, जिसने पिंक पेपर पहली बार देखा MBA करने के टाइम पे और रूममेट से पूछा कि भाई ये अखबार पिंक क्यों है, पुराना है क्या, राइट? एंड उसमें केकी दादी सेठ का नाम लिखा था और ग्रीन शो ऑप्शन लिखा था. एंड मैंने अपने कॉमर्स, मेरे रूममेट्स थे कॉमर्स से आए हुए थे जयपुर से, मैंने पूछा भाई है कौन ये केकी दादी सेठ और ये ग्रीन शो ऑप्शन क्या होता है? तो मेरा मजाक उड़ाया गया क्योंकि मुझे जेन्युइनली नहीं पता था कि वो क्या है. अब उस टाइम पे आपको अंदाजा होगा, और ये मैं बात कर रहा हूँ 1996 की, ठीक है? एंड कट टू मे बी 2005-7 something like that, I launched NDTV Profit. And then I was the CEO of ET Now. And then for 12 years, I was the CEO of CNBC. And I was the CEO of Forbes. I mean, कहाँ होते हैं चमत्कार? तो अगर मैं grateful रहूँगा इंडस्ट्री को, तो फिर मैं इंडस्ट्री से ये तो नहीं एक्सपेक्ट करूँगा कि मुझे सेलिब्रेट करो कि मैं भगवान हूँ. अरे मैं तो लकी हूँ कि मैं यहाँ पहुँचा. और आज अगर थैंक यू बोलने का मन कर रहा है तो मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहता हूँ. But if you carry yourself too heavy, which means you have the burden anyway of your own thinking that I am a CEO and I should be sitting here and I am God, right? You have burdened yourself. And anything that burdens themselves from a mountain, when you slip, you fall down into the crevice and you die. And I don't want to die. I want to climb one more mountain. The book is not known as the next summit because I don't want to be on the summit. People die on the summit. There are blizzards, the temperature goes extremely down, and if you don't move on the summit, you will get frostbite. And the moment you go on the summit, there is less room to move. And I've been on the summit for 16 years. I stayed far too long. I was about to get frostbite. So I said, chalo, chodo, utro, ek aur pahadi chado, that's the only way to stay alive. It doesn't matter what industry thinks of me. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks of me. मैं तो पहाड़ी चढ़ा था क्योंकि मेरे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं था. मैं तो इंजीनियरिंग ग्रेजुएट हूँ, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर हूँ. मैं कहाँ से आ गया इंडस्ट्री में मुझे भी नहीं पता है. वो इसलिए आया ऐसे नहीं, शादी के लिए मेरे को करके 10,000 ने केन फर्नीचर वो आई होम फॉर माय मैन, राइट, दुकान से खरीद के. तो मैंने को सर्च कर मैं कि भैया जाऊँगा. इसके बाद पता मैं आगे, मगर मुझे ये पता है दैट आई वांट टू स्टे लाइट. Principle. I can't comment on other CEO. Their own journey has come. But I came into the industry one day that I will be thinking that I have a book. There are, I mean, when I was मुझे नहीं दिखा because I talked to some CEO who have a biography about बोलते क्या हैं. मतलब few days I started science. को पूछता था भाई लिख बुक में साइन करने because it's this fat author signed book what it means मुझे पता नहीं realize my hand so pathetic written for her now it because for the days I've been on तो ऐसे ही ढूंढने गया then I realized that all biographies are actually about owners and about startups and there is no professional CEO ever written a biography like oh ये professional था right so I'm glad able to do in this lifetime and my next one doesn't fail because I haven't burdened myself with the expectation of success so I'm happy maybe you'll be call me back on our failure.
For us, I mean, you are a brand like Salman in the Bollywood. You are like that for us in media, and you'll always remain. If we use words, experience, leadership, and purpose, book, and to media, mainstream, everybody doing it for something, criticizing it. How does it? What can they do?
I'm glad you asked that because my has always these three up everything built around us. What does it mean? Like Mary mein 90 when I left home in the midnight till I became in 2010 exactly 12 years. So I that phase on my resilience. It's not just a smart it's because that's some life nothing garage to S from a refugee CEO that was resilient. Phase was 16 years of leadership till 31st of March 2026. Second word on my and the third purpose where I am today. Now when I apply this to and purpose is book to create people me who had no success to learn some and they really help them in their journey. When you look at history overall, it is a debate. But my opinion is the journalism industry, news industry, always started with purpose. The purpose while people came into this. They were willing to work for low wage. They were willing to work for a lot of action. They wanted to change or the country. They wanted to make. So, had the golden purpose at the it went leadership because they were booming era. Everybody was writing revenues, was doing everything. It was the sun industry, everybody coming in. It made 100 news anchor, 200 channels into 10 per channel, 2,000 anchors made. It doesn't happen anywhere else. In banking, nobody would give them a shot. Or in any, nobody would give them. So made a super ordinary people. That's of leadership. And I think last decade entered the resilience. It's resilience. We are not able to get a grip on it. Being cynical, not realize business model flaws हैं. मैं आपको एक सवाल किसने बोल 24 घंटे की चलाने को अगर 4 घंटे की चलाएंगे कम रखेंगे पैसे देंगे good quality will come in only 4 hours advertising time to you will sell premium and be able to sustain because then you are the electricity you're not paying for all video content from the entire country your quality will and you will be a bit deposit and you have to feed all in your thing right don't question the because resilience means take a look at what to do to survive but we don't have those hard conversations we're trying to somebody else oh Gen Z this oh the saying something why did you launch channel thinking it will come out you bad when never happened that happened in the days when the there no people are the people more affluent than they were 20 years or 50 of course have you increased the cover no have you increased the subscription have you increased the price of advertising no you yourself whole and then you're yeah I'm in a hole I am in a hole shout won't get your resilience means being quiet I wasn't screaming when I was in the busy trying to quit all we do is put our noise core groups down across all lines I know it won't happen 200 news digital medias they can never sit on anything else because they are trying to hold on to those roles of leadership. But the roles have changed. We are now in of resilience. Resilience, forget your competitors. Cooperate with every and get the industry out of the hole it is in. Half of the leaders or any of the industry people or realize that we are in ourselves a whole, making industry a haste sunset industry. We are making that nobody should journalism school. We are making sure that there is no future for anybody in the future. We are leaving the better place for people in and aspire one on the camera, sitting on these, and nobody else to blame because none of us realized actually in a very long winter of resilience. What resultant of this will be shed baggage, either of people or in terms of structures, extremely, or increase the revenue by looking at far more strong or by demand higher price in the market, take the ends, and it requires brutal assessment of every business in your own. But do industry look at that and critically prospect what we find ourselves whole? The employees who are thousands of them across the industry, that is not a job. It is the job of topmost street titan down and figure how to get ourselves whole. And not be more than 10 or 20. But where, please tell that the 20 together. There isn't.
Absolutely. And if they don't, they're forced to do the law of nature.
Iron through hail, it may not end to anyone, but it may end to the thousands who are employed in this sector, and to the another people who that it's an place to come in. Nobody fought for that.
And round of applause to call and awaiting this mountain agreement.
Well, you guys are news specialists.
We look forward to that too. But thank you so much for this.
Thank you. Pleasure, Rohil. Thank you much.
Thank you so much, Avinash and Rohil. Please. Thank you. From food thought, it is now time for food for your stomach for lunch. 1:45, we'll reconvene at 15 and proceed with the next session. For moving on, can we have our partners, please? Enjoy your lunch.
क्या आपको पता है आपका और हमारा बहुत ही लंबा और करीबी रिश्ता है। हम उस चटकारे में हैं जो आप अपने दोस्तों के साथ लेते हैं। उस दराज में है जिसमें छिपा है माँ के राजमा चावल का राज। उन सांसों में है जो आपके पलों को महकाते हैं। कभी आपके साथ एक अच्छी आदत बनकर, कभी ठंडी हवाओं से राहत बनकर, कभी मुंह में पिघलती चाहत बनकर आपका दिल जीतते रहे। तो अगली बार कोई जरूर हाँ जाए। आपको पता और हमारा बहुत लंबा और गहरा रिश्ता। हम उस चट में हैं जो अपने दोस्त साथ लेते हैं। उस दर में छिपा माँ ना चाहो। उन में है जो आप लोगों को महक कभी साथ एक अच्छी आदत, कभी ठंडी हवाओं से बनकर। हमारा लंबा करीबी रिश्ता, हम उस झटके हैं जो आप अपनों के साथ उस दरार जिपा है माँ के राज का राज, उन में है जो आपके महका, आपके साथ अच्छी आदत कर ठंड से राहत कर मुंह में पिघली चाहत पर आपका जीतते अगली बार आपको कोई पसंद आ जाए तो पलट के हमारा नाम क्या होता है आपका हमारा
Come back. That's our partner, the troop.
हम उस बारे में
So before podcast, will news be there for? Will it vanish? Because answer वो हमेशा रहेगा. Media narrative or how does so information either looking at some digital platform versus being assuming or actually previous we sort of cut all that into a session is from time digital first rewriting journalism, changing media world, decades of course prime time, it might influence authority in journal. It must operate, is operating screens and platforms of real time. Our next speaker, somebody who has witnessed and this transfer from television rooms, building a digital first media platform. Join me, Mr. Bobby, editor and co-founder of Skills.in. You've had didn't show. Shows. Thank you, sir, please.
Thank you. It's all a pleasure speaking at platforms and events of the NBA here. This must be the fifth or the sixth that I'm coming here. I think the moment, the opportunity which this platform presents as of today is perhaps most celebrated and perhaps most obvious provoking. All of us been here in the room, I'm sure would have been to Jantar or had some experience whatever went on in Mantar. And therefore, many of us would have our own experience take on how the media perceive this moment. So I was specific in front of you today about I believe that Mantar is not a moment of reflection for the political, also for the media. I've spent a large part of my in television news. It was right that when I saw two of my colleagues, Zak and Avinash, here, and we were just chatting this that how cynicism versus optimism, opportunity versus challenge, how scales have come tilted away from the newsroom. I'm sure there are many from print media as well. I just think that what we as a group, we as a group of practice analysts, have seen what I've felt over the last 50 years, and what we are doing now, increasingly, year by year, something that we need to pause button on and really spend time to make some sense of changes. When I go to an event now, see the number of mics that I was used to seeing earlier. Now I have mobile phones. Now I see, cameras. I don't use long, broad mics. See those big I mean, here as well, there is one camera that you and everyone else to record, maybe do a laptop or on your mobile devices. I think fundamentally the shit has happened time to digital. It's just the notion of prime gone. You know, that time 2008, 2010, or I would say between 1999 to till around about 2003. I specifically mentioned two slots because I find that the change in conventional news really happened. That you sit with your dinner with a glass of water, cup of tea, p.m., and your television, and you want to hear, whatever is on. Moment, there was a time period in the early 2000s when it should be delivered, and then 2000 news got overtaken by. As long as it was only one or two entities, it worked. Now, I don't have to because it would be stating the news. The news has been taken opinion. Anyone who the contrary, I'd like to know how that would be off in those terms. I've covered in this country from 2000 in every nook and corner of every state in the country. I take great pride in saying that no village in the country mapped kind of village that not have been some stage of their life. Now I consider very privileged. I had an opportunity to do this because I was a part of conventional newsrooms. But when out of those newsrooms, and when I started experimenting with news formats, on forms, digital forms, I said the experience I had got of traveling across every corner of this country what sets me apart. And it gives me a far more great talking point. Why I say this now, if you the same lens that news has been completely replaced opinion, you get a feel of this nationwide, divide, the sheer scale differences between South, East, West. You're going to get that. Only thing that is opinion peddled in form of news night after night, channel after channel, platform after. And that I say that I think should be a moment of absolutely folks. I was absolutely to see all my peers, my contemporaries, net I've been associated with, that you go to do conversation with the IDs celebrated news organizations. Why would that have happened? How did we read? Sure, it's not something which is overnight. It's not something we're not aware of. Today, you Instagram, you see the conversations which are happening in community Discord, and you find, and I don't mean no anybody, in this room, let me assure you, many of us here sitting in this room are from how large of our consuming organization is consumed. A large of people actually are thinking about the news. No idea. Just yesterday, my daughter, who's in college, she was pointing to an Instagram called Jhumur. I have not heard Bhaiya in my life. I've heard of Bhaiya, which we all, joke, but Jhumru Bhaiya. And she said, what are you doing? You say viewing this person doing here and there. You don't. I said, no. And I looked. The fictional person said he's made sense to me. And then I looked at the comment, looked at the engagements, I looked at his delivery, and I said, guys are actually making sense. Yeah. So there is no opinion. There is forward news. There is straightforward of fact, and there is assimilation. There may be one or two lines of interpretation. Now I understand there are many platforms. There's something called right, which this guy called Mo. He 30-minute episode. I do not which is informative. what's being heard makes a more on any platform. And I don't watch TV, unfortunately, of I don't know. Of course, I mean, the clips which timeline, Instagram, or Twitter remain like a person. I'm on YouTube, but not that actively are that. So the fundamental difference between prime news between digital, it just, I think prime has simply lost the path of what people are really, looking towards. Time, and I was, in my early 30s, I would be a meeting in a conference where they would be in chief foods and at the table, managing be an executive, and then editors and bureaus and then there are reports would come up with yes. But when I started my career, I'm just sharing this for the benefit of some of the young ones. Verma, who's now Sonia, used to be the editor for ND, and that's where I the for 6 years of my life. So they reporters to come a story will be approved, disapproved of, then be followed by the, and we always be, we in offer that how one editor thinks many things, and often come up with something, which have delivered. But see, time has changed. Right? Between 1999 till 2008, instead of reporters coming story idea, now increasingly every already breaking on the already available on Instagram or YouTube. What do you have to do? You have to take that put up on the platform that you associated with. Now you need to be on the phone to express on the basis of that, on the basis of whatever news story happened. So we're in time in all this, right? In the morning, the minister himself uploading is in 12 midnight. Why would you do that? Ask yourself a question. Why would the prime minister of this he put a cell in front of him and engage himself a shot which is properly framed and deliver lines on the most specific subject of our time? Because the prime minister is also aware that's how a major chunk of India's population today is consuming news. It's not in the arc studios anymore. It's not interested in swanky. Earlier, I remember when we would questions, we'd look what would be the wall configuration, what would the wall configuration like, where traffic, or the screen with and whatnot. Where is the who's watching content? A major entrepreneur told like weeks back that some 5 years back you have a total of 850 clients which were advertising and therefore associated with tele platforms. Today that of 850 has shrunk to 150, and it's faster, right? As I was walking, this unfortunate pop my timeline. One of the major new companies in the India today is some people, right? Now, is the first time it's happening? It keeps happening each year, happening with organization. So the fundamental problem is that if you do not have content strategy, your clients are not going to change. Entry today create content of the kind which is being put in the guard of prime. That end barrier is very low today. So when I go to university and I with some people who are looking here in media space, not finding brightest people today look at television. I'm not even at now that they look towards conventional platforms. Increasingly, the reaction is you want to do meaningful, if you want to do impactful, conventional platforms are you should be. Now, there is a counter law. Recently, I'll again give an example. A young girl who's a product of modern Humber Road, she field and she course applications. She came and she intern. So our family approached me. She only wanted a television. I said, why do you want a television? She said, if I enter television channel will give me better opportunity of land a better job at television company. For a moment, suggesting that is some doing financial, maybe because I've been actually for a long time of being an time anchor associated with the companies, so I could build my brand time television matter. So the choice I think needs to be made for any of those who are entering this profession is if you want to create a brand for yourself, you are going to be able to do television, print. But as a quid pro quo of sorts, if you were to think in terms of establishing your brand outside conventional plan, financial journey is a tough one. So, you somewhere you be able to do of a bad act. That's why to come Mantar Mantar, the reportage Mantar Mantar was being done by visual by independent journalists. Did not shy from using their minds, not shy away, jumping straight, going straight to, into the of where all the activity is unfolding. That I think fundamental. Really think that with forms like ENA and these gatherings, I think we every year, every possible opportunity, we must keep reading and reiterating this fact that conventional platforms do not have the ability, do not have the ability to change. Is it ownership? Perhaps. Is it just that something which ain't? Question is already it's and yet when realization is if you continue that journey, things are going to change, gravitate more. It will become more and start swinging to digital platforms. To tell all foreign people, even on the financial I was talking, increasingly major agencies, the big firms like Meta and all are all moving advertising on digital. Of course, that goes to big top two tech platforms, which is a conversation. But if money, let me leave part with you all. If there is no growth, if no independence, if there is no ability to create a brand, and if I was 22 years wanting to get a profession, I would thinking in of associating my full-time with conventional news form. Think about it. I hope that this works through all to a much larger. Thank you so much. Nice to doing this.
Rohil is you to join stage. Very you. आइए. Rohil. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. It's a panel discussion. I'm just waiting to help. Yeah. One class news gap. Are we training for reality? That's the question. A bit of that has been touched upon in the sessions. Of course, in all, when he spoke about and how much of real education is being imparted to people, that Bhupendraji does that when he met kids and gave the real image. उसके बारे में विस्तार से बात करने this session. Journalism, of course, may learn theory, media history, classroom, but the newsroom's speed, judgment, variation, technology advancements are as well. And the big are institutions in the journalism for reality. No, talk about that in the gap there is, which I will talk of. Welcome our panelists. First, welcome Ms. Sethi, Senior Journal and Strategist. Joining Professor Dr. Sia, Head, Department of Media Studies, IMC. Also joining them, Dr. Devjani, Professor and Head of Media Studies, Amity University. And this was chaired by Ms. Sandhi Sarun, correspondent change for me. Yes. There was a on the panel, I think Rohil did sort of name out, make it all women's. Chali.
Okay, every grade filled with at the table. You can see. Before I begin, before I welcome a panelist, I want to do something. If you had to just one, it's more responsible preparing the gen journalist, journalism or news. Say journalism school, raise your hand. Okay, I can see a few. And for news, okay, okay. Oh, so let's see how it pans a very warm to every the panel. Sethi, seniorist, Professor Dr. Sahaya, Head of Media IMC, Dr. Dani Roy, Professor and Head of Media Studies, University. Again, let's price first. What's changed the way both rooms and news operate today? Dr.
Very much. You know, question changed its option. Our question skill, that of interest, students should on the very day. Because newsroom part of first thing is classroom. We are always there, make our we 5W 1H. Unless we satisfy those 5 and 1H, the journalism career is not complete.
Be this for you and most to students to a journalism classroom. They grew up before reading a news, which is obvious. Everybody is there, palm scrolling rather than social platform. Often, why was this feel in this place? Are journalism actually case with that? Or are we teaching a version of journalism Gen Z's never seen before?
So I feel that platform temporary principles are meant. As I think that here is in newspapers or social media. Real question is whether we are, journalism only teaching creation to. Yes, students they consume news from all the platforms, whether it is Instagram or Twitter or any other platform, because we have all become medium agnostic. But the thing is that journalism schools, they must acknowledge this reality, and we cannot train students for a media ecosystem that no longer exists, because we are in a system, in an ecosystem or a landscape where convergence is there. So the same news house also has print version, it also has its digital version. So at the same time, platforms, they are also changing every few years. So journalism has to change accordingly. So a newsroom, it may move from print to digital, from website to the creator economy or the influencer economy, but the basic principles like verification or ethics or critical thinking or responsibility or the public interest, that remains the same. So at IMC also, we increasingly focus on things like multimedia storytelling or data verification or data journalism or AI tools or entrepreneurial journalism. In fact, we opened up a new course called Media Business Studies, and we are trying to produce students who also know the managerial side, because if you have to open up your own venture, so you just don't need journalism alone, you need management skills also. How you're going to run that venture, that is also very important. So we're trying to make a one-man army, and let's see how we succeed.
So we are preparing your student for creator sort of journalism also, which is now
For
very
the
trending.
platform economies, for the creator economies, for the digital economies, we're
So we
trying.
are all in for that also.
Yeah.
Okay. Pooja, that's for you one. You have worked across journalism and media strategy. Who's more in denial? Journalism schools about how outdated some of the syllabus is, or newsrooms about how little training they actually give people after they hire them?
That's a very interesting question. I think there's this constant,
tug of war
which happens between the schools and the people who hire the journalists. But I think the newsrooms are more in denial. At least the media schools know that their curriculum, it could be a little outdated at times because of, the bureaucracy, and they have to take multiple approvals before they change the syllabus and everything. But I think for the newsroom, we need to have a more hands-on onboarding process, which I feel is not happening in most newsrooms. I've worked across the largest media houses, so I know, the moment a person comes in, we kind of load them with a lot of work. But again, the practical training is missing, the mentorship, and somebody sitting with the new joinees, editing their copy. So all that, has to be brought back to the newsroom. That's how we had learned, and that's how we were trained by our mentors. So that, I think newsrooms need to shape up and accept that. Once they accept, then only the change will come.
Makes sense. Dr. Roy, universities often hear this criticism that graduates are not industry ready, and that's your problem, right? Do you think that's a fair criticism, or do you believe news organizations also need to take greater responsibilities in training young journalists after they enter the profession?
See, what happens is, just now ma'am was talking about the syllabus, the content. Just for your knowledge and everyone's, we have board of studies.
Yeah.
We have multiple bodies who take care for the syllabus of different genres. And after the national education policy and everything being hybrid, online, and available on an easy platter, our syllabus, our content, our everything are a part of the industry. Now the question that how industry treats the new joinees, it is not actually the industry and the student rivalry. The problem is when a student comes to an university or an institute to study journalism, they are in that comfort zone of being and enjoying the college life, which is also very precious. But the moment they enter industry, where we have these 3Ds, discipline, dedication, and devotion, without which this profession is not at all possible, the student fails to understand the importance of all these three qualities, or the qualities that makes you a good professional. And that is not because of any syllabus or how you teach a student or how a newsroom deals or an organization deals with a new joinee. It is just a small gap of mindset the child has after he leaves the college. And I'm sure that the days with the time when he has that responsibility on him, he also develops, evolves into a good individual, into a good professional.
Dr. Dahiya, this question is in continuation with what we are exactly discussing right now. Whenever somebody enters a newsroom, the first thing we say, do the rundown, right? Make a stack, do a package. Are we not well prepared from our college to do that, or are we the industry too much doing?
I feel that we as educators, we are reviewing and syllabus almost have people from the industry on our study academic also, so that we can the link the industry. So as IMC, we try, the holistic in all fields, because I feel that internships not the only industry required. It's only a few we learning. But, always in editors, journalists, managers, fact checkers to our regularly, so that have, the industry also, what's in the industry emerging, what's, no more in relevant. So we are to bring all the platforms and we try to invite everybody, co-teach our class. At the same time, we also, try to get live project students to tell. Incubation center also. At IMC, one incubator where we are with around 215, startup who have started ventures, and some of them got selected, work with them. They are also, we get some sort of leverage that we learn what on in the industry. So it is a responsibility of newsroom to invest in classrooms. It also come journalism to teach so that they get the best return.
Makes all this. AI is really everywhere. ChatGPT is tool translating your research, or you are even opening the whole copy. Once AI is doing everything, what are we expecting from a student?
There's a lot we still expecting from AI. Can you your research? Again, judgment will always matter. More important is which story to take and which not to take. So that is something the AI will not do for you. It needs a seasoned eye to see what not to pick up, and also how to verify content in real time. Once you trained, you've been doing it, you kind of identify a story and it's a fake. Now there's so many deep fakes and all those happening. So the AI will to you. This is what do, and also very important access you have to us. AI would spot that story through this how to get. AI is here to see, and we need to, but also the real statistics, identifying what, how to generate copies, skills. Nobody is going to take away, so those will still stay.
Right, but how do you expect classrooms to, because specific doctor there do specific syllabus? Okay, this is project where we are what not to do and what exactly is doing, and what you spot this is AI, this is fake. Do we have?
We have just read syllabus and we put one full paper course AI and emerging technologies. We are going to teach tools. We are going to what is verification, how should we do verification, and what fakes, how to tackle with, and the other emerging technologies, what how to work, and these things will in that
this has
particular.
been recently.
No, there like I remember revising and putting the syllabus English journalism back in 2019, 18, 19. Yeah, but in media business also we had full-fledged verification, AI and technology. So this we have put it as a full-fledged full subject.
Okay. Amity mein
also undergone in change in syllabus in terms of as you artificial intelligence and
how long been the
almost 3 years.
Okay.
But one answer your question, how to use AI to what extent? Of course, backup when research that made our life easy. But at the same point of we should have our wisdom to what extent we should take some and explore.
We have course on ethics also. So we have did a section actually on AI or exists or doesn't exist, and ethics, because all the more in the age of so use it and not to use it. So PhD student. So I talking to her only and her that if you're taking assistance but you write verbatim, you can do search on AI, go to the collect. That's important. So
more newsrooms we are adapting AI and we integrating it in CMS.
Newsrooms, they have AI.
We are. You know, there is this ethical use and also have to train people how to use it, where to use it, much to use. So this, of course, going to be, and it's going to be an integral part of the newsroom. But identifying story, verifying, no sources, so that is something to stay.
Will
So
be of
I think 3
So-
years from now, when you look at journalists, it's the success person's not the one who can write, but have these other.
Basically, reporting fundamentals, they
Will
remain
remain
the
as a
same.
reporter.
I they are non-negotiable.
That board meeting, rushing at 9 o'clock and reading the boss new story
Right.
and if I is looking at me whether story is getting improved and will I deal whole day. These are experience that journalists get and voice. Without that enjoy, I don't think the classroom anything.
Journalism
Happiness.
is still not about passion. You have the passion for it, you will be successful. If you treat it like another job, then it will be a very
There is
successful
a section of people who switch the news channel at time 9 o'clock to watch the big or anything, whether it's or any yes. But it's the passion is there that new they are doing, which social media out.
Yeah, it's about passion. I'll tweak the question and ask Dr. Roy. Many students aspire to become content creators, right? Independent journalists. Now I have so many now. Or you, rather than in traditional newsrooms, journalism embrace institution to focusing merely on conventional reporting and the way they teach. Exactly we cannot change the root of. So how do you deal with this?
We are as be educators open to all ventures. Okay, as long as the child is adaptable. But then comes to content, as we all agree, there are certain types of cross verification and verification of fact figures, irrespective of whether it's a TV, video, newspaper, or social media. And this way, the is such that an individual he or she opts content writing. Content writing become a passion job. At the same time, we open to that, and MIT we have almost 100 students in journalism and media studies department. So, possible for them in job in a conventional news organization, all those 100 students at one point, because if you run journalism institute or college, you have high end of placement and content does in that. But as I said, we must know our roots. We be theoretical, very sound. We must knowledge of take and what to your audience to remain sustain credible longer run.
There, please.
So I would say that, I would not like to remove the foundation. I would like to modernize the delivery. Because, fundamentals are very important. It is said you shouldn't replace the foundation, or you shouldn't replace the ethics, but building. Case, I would say that education doesn't need a less depth, so it needs more relevance. Problem is not, journalism schools are too much. The problem is that they are sometimes being in a way not maybe called, because media is still very essential. Ethics teach through dealing deep or some AI misinformation, generated information, algorithmic or something. But reporting classes should include everything from mobilism or drone journalism or open intelligence or visualization, audience analytics, and entrepreneurialism. Because if we are talking about content at one of time, he or she gets established, he organization profession and management skills handy there. So therefore, we would suggest, industry and class, they should go hand in hand. Cannot work in silos.
Want to add something?
Totally agree with what Dr. said, but also journalism stays the same. When we moved radio to television, then it was big digital journalism, but the foundation is the same. The platforms for we have changed.
Yeah.
So in each form, sometimes you have to say the thing in 30 seconds, sometimes you say it in 30 minutes. It's only on every platform, whether it's just the story is same, only modes of different, and you have